Upon how I like to play games, react to stuff. Looking for someone to do those things or play like gotcha? Well, I will freeze apparently. This intro was good at the beginning, but whatever. I got you covered. And today's wonderful day when the world was going Frontline 2. That's why it goes Frontline 2. We are going to be checking out 1.5, not 2.0. I plan to do 2.0 on the next following stream. By the time this one's out, I hopefully have played it because that will be the final week I'll be able to play it. So hopefully I'll get it out of the way. With that in mind, let's go check it out. Pop! So a little recap before I go in, and because I did not fix my model, I will fix my model when we get to the thing, so there might be a small delay. Right now, Ice Wolf went to go stall lady who's trying to basically that lady. We got basically Mama Bear, and essentially Mama Bear trying to protect our Helena, and yeah, pretty much it's about to go down. So let's go check it out. All right, let's go. Oh, okay. So I will be adjusting myself in just a minute here because I do need to see what's going on here. So. Okay, hang on. Hey, blah, blah, blah. Probably cut this out. Nope. That should be good. Oh, wait. Come on. Yeah. There you go. That should be fine. And then let me just go up a little bit. There you go. Hopefully that'll be good. I'll watch it on the side just to make sure it'll be good. Okay. I sit on the sofa in front of the floor, the ceiling. Look. Wait, turn this on. I sit on the sofa in front of the floor, ceiling, windows, looking down at the city of Lviv. As the zone city, it is clean, bright place. Comprehend the zone cities. It looks like the product of a completely different society. Lines of cars flow steadily down the Ariel streets, while corporate skyscrapers tower overhead. Everywhere here seems like it's completely disconnected from the lives beyond the quarantine walls. It looks even more developed than major cities from my memories. Apparently 10 years is plenty of time for the core city like to accumulate the kind of resources. If I hadn't been in the yellow zone all this while, the city could have convinced me the world was a better place compared to 10 years ago. I drag my voice back to reality. Behind me, Colpin is jumping up and down in the bed, making strange dorky noises as she bounces. What are you doing, girl? Wait, and they actually did a little anime. They're bouncing the model up and down. That's really cute. Boing, boing, boing. Colvin launches herself too high and loses her balance, landing headfirst on the mattress. Her neck makes a loud crack sound before she bounces off the bed and hits. Did you just? Ain't no way she just expires like that. That hurts. Alright, Golfane, that's enough. Hey, Graza. Golfane climbs back on her feet and looks around the room and surprised as she begins making the bed. Yes and no. I don't think you want to know. You were literally a big shot 10 years ago. Shut up. Not really. I said there's no way I could live on 1% lifestyle like this. Even in the past, I had nothing more than a salary employee at a small indie PMC. Don't ask, Colfane! Currently, we're in the penthouse suite, a living grand industrial hotel. Our accommodations are composed of 3 rooms, 2 bedrooms, a living room that doubles as a guest room. There is plenty of space here. In addition to luxurious furniture, the suite is filled with glamoring works of art. Thanks to the past, we haven't been hindered or searched once we're on the way here. In fact, the G handed us the keys to the suite without a second word. Multiple police eyed a few times, 2 dolls on my side, luggage raising flags. But each time, one glance at my ID and they immediately backed off. I have to say, this does feel quite novel compared to my usual way life in the Yellow Zone. While Group 2 didn't take the same train as us, their words indicate their journey has been going quite well too. When are they gonna know what's going on? Corposant and Corposant help me with my luggage, and they begin extracting all my items from them. Corposant quickly checks our weapons, then puts them into a big safe deposit box inside the wardrobe. Meanwhile, Corposant begins connecting various pieces of electronic equipment in the living room. Before long, a brand new secure keychain is set up ready to go. After powering up the Type 72-way low-frequency MASN, Corposant connects the encrypted level 2 layer and establishes connect with the other teams. Okay. Alright, make sure they keep a low profile. Have them send their routes over so I can go through it before they proceed. Oh yes, it's almost time to schedule check-ins with Springfield. How about you do it now, please? Then she calls. Girls and nods, then begins briefing Group 2. I take out a bottle of sparkling water in the fridge. The glass is crystal clear. It has an intricate seal on its surface. I sigh. The bottle of the water would probably cost a month's more earnings on the Yellow Zone. I toss off the cap. The liquid flows over my tongue and helps ease my fatigue a little. Dandelion, leave me alone! I hear a teasing laughter on my earpiece. I quickly sweep my gaze to my surroundings, looking for the hidden cameras. Oh, so you're just borrowing her eyes. How sweet. Hey, let me enjoy myself. I look behind me, and sure enough, Corposant's sitting on the bed looking at me. I walk over to Corposant and turn her head in the other direction. Okay, don't look at me for now. After the train Alan can't see me, I keep my ear facing into the transmission. Yeah, is there news? Yeah, come on. How is nobody know? They're going corner walls. I doubt anyone will be bold enough to launch an attack there. Okay, we might need them now. Okay, when are we gonna know? Let's not talk about that. Wait, you hacked my accounts? How is that considered? Hacking is okay, whatever, moving on. Well, then very much that. Unfortunately, Elmo's really is the step rep for cash. So if that really bothers you, why don't you top off our accounts if you're UNSC salary? I will daddy lie too much! I choose to ignore Alien theatrics. How are things with her? Not only aboard the Elmo. Oh, I never seen that. So wait, we have third gen draws? Okay, I don't know about them. Oh, I wish I could watch that event, but I haven't had a chance to. Yeah, but what about... How do you not know? Oh wait, I don't think they made contact yet. Wait, she did? We'll talk if anything happens. Okay, come on. I know the girl said she passed through Springfield my earpiece. Come on! Springfield hesitates and I should have said something's wrong. Thank you! Wait, she's hospitalized? Yeah! Whatever. Springfield doesn't reply right away. I can hear someone whispering from inside her. Understood. I'm heading right over right now. No problem, Spring. You got. Thank you. Yeah, are you alright? Okay. Give me some time. The treasure ends. I began thinking. Springfield mentioned that Kelly was hospitalized. Where can I attack at the Helena ran over? Alarms immediately go off my head. If Helena could be even in the Y zone, that means Nalpa doesn't have much control of the situation to live. This also applies that what she said, putting the derogatory trial is not gonna happen. I remember the incident sitting in Belgrade. It strikes me that I have nowhere near enough force to handle this clash at that level. Yeah. How'd the county? I don't know the details. I only found the Springfield destination. Yeah. Oh. I don't know, moment. In any case, we got him moving ASAP. Yes, thank you. I'll find my sidearm. 404 will have long-range weapons. Make sure they don't catch much attention from the multiple police. Girls on Colfie nod, and then begin working on the respective tasks. I rub my templates, feeling grateful for my instincts. Of course, my trip to live could have been smooth. Yeah, good call. Yeah, because he did call it. He's like, nah, this is not, it's going to go south. And it did. Still good call. By the way, I will say this about for the people on YouTube. Hopefully there is no audio issues. I think I spotted where the audio issues are. So hopefully you won't get any audio issues this session. The taxi drove us off at the main gate of the hospital, but what surprised me, it looks like nothing what I imagined. It doesn't look like a hospital as much as another hotel. The main corridor, lush greenery is landscaping, with the corridor hospital and fair remains nearly empty of the foot traffic. I head towards the door. Springfield is there already, and she has clearly been waiting for a while. Hey girl! Girls and Colby nod to Springfield, but I'm more concerned about what actually happened to them. What's the current situation? Hey. Oh yeah! Aaron walks out from the inside of the building wearing the formal suit. His face gloomy, which is unlike how he was when I saw him. Yeah, you're here, yeah. Okay. Turns to the heads inside. I follow without a word. Yeah, because you were like, oh, we got everything fine. Yeah, it went south real quick. Alright, I see several men in suits speaking in Gerald Plows. They eye us warily. I saw a few. They say a few quiet words to Groza, having a remind 404 not to end up clashing with the people. Groza nods and begins speaking to them level 2. At the end of the corridor, he opens the door. There is a small reception room beyond the other door on the far side. My instinct telling me that's where she is held. In there. A petite doll is standing in the corner of the reception area. Her hand raises in greeting. Naturally, I won't be surprised to find her here. Levin walk. Oh, never mind. Her hands behind her back, which is rod straight. The other doll slightly moved to her side, which I settle on the sofa facing her. Alright. He takes a seat heavily, sighs heavily. Then he looks up and answers my question. What is it? Yep. Thank you!
ヘレナは
無事というのも語弊があるな。
ね
どんな手を使ったのかは不明だが、引き渡し現場を包囲された
Including Kaya.
カリーナ含め人間の味方が謎の放射線を受けて気絶した。
Yeah.
戦術人形が応戦し、ヘレナは奪われずに済んだ。
Okay, I got mentioned.
それじゃあヘレナは
ここにはいない。反逆正
Thank
体
you!
の人形2名によって連れ去られた。
反逆正体。
詳細は当事者に聞くといい。
I think I should let someone who's there tell me about it.
リバの記録が最も信憑性があるだろう。
Levin nods and takes out a step forward and offers them my tablet.
久しぶりね、指揮官。
Leva! Hi, Leva!
当時の状況を再生するわ。
I love you're in this outfit now. The tablet contains Leva's visual logs for the standoff with the Gerard groups with the two Deafy dolls moving with Helena. Leva goes over the events in the video as they play out before me.
ジラードは倉庫を包囲し、ヘレナの強奪を試みたが、突然現れた反逆
Yeah, during the standoff?
ヘレナは連れ去られた。
ええ、相手は電子戦に強くて、初手から未知のコーラップス粒子を散布して、味方の行動を阻害してきたわ。
Hmm.
向こうの指揮官はとんでもなく強い第三世代人形よ。
Just stand still, okay?
AK-15 相手に互角以上だった。
何
Yeah!
これを見て。
In the video, I see A15 clashing with a doll in fancy dress. For a moment, 15 is at a disadvantage. There's an explosion, then Deafy is nowhere to be seen.
交戦後、彼女たちはヘレナを連れて下水道に逃げた。その直後に下水道はジラードに封鎖されたわ。
ホワイトエリアの目の前で非軍事勢力管理局の
Yeah, pretty bold of them, don't you think?
タリーナたちは最初は機械に襲われたのだが、ほどなくしてあの人形が警察と
Yeah, they kind of...
傍から見れば通報を受けて出動しただけに過ぎない。
そんな
Trapman, you mean?
だが事実、奴らは何の法律も条例も破っていない。ジラードグループの総裁にも連絡したのだが、部下の暴走の一点張りだ。
Uh-huh.
しらじらしい。
Yeah, no, bull.
だが奴は保身で精一杯のはずだ。こちらを襲う理由はない。敵も一枚岩ではないのだろう。
Yeah.
いずれにせよ同じことが起きないよう圧力をかけておく。
Okay.
ヘレナはこちらが全力で連れ戻す。反逆のもとにいるなら無事なはずだ。
どうして彼女たちはヘレナを
Yeah.
ジラードに奪われないようとっさにやったことだろう。
Yeah, I was gonna say, they're...
実際ヘレナは奪われずに済んだ。反逆は保安局を抜けたが、今でも連絡は取れるのだが、
Okay.
なぜかずっと沈黙している。いい気がしない。
They can't, I don't think. In the past, William said that State Tech's agents have tried to rescue her and Defy is closely linked to State Tech. Perhaps they were involved with Helena's situation before I was, but I still can't bring myself to relax until I see Helena safe. Yes! Noting my frown, he stands up past my shoulder. After seeing me raise my head, he points to the door and speaks to me.
ヘレナの件はこちらに任せてくれ。お前はカリーナに顔を見せてこい。
Yeah, we gotta see her. Come on.
ひどく落ち込んでいる。元気づけられるのはお前しか。
Aww.
はい。
I'll have a good chat with her. Yeah, let's touch her. I nod and raise my feet. Colfin moves to follow me, but Leva raises her hand to stop her.
二人っきりにしてあげて。
Hehehe. Colfin looks at Groza in confusion, but Groza nods to Colfin too. She obediently returns to her previous place. I open the door to find Lena sitting in the bed. On the bed.
あ、指揮官だ。
Lena lightly shakes the person lying in the bed, but she doesn't respond.
かりんね。
Lena wraps herself in her blanket, curling the cocoon over back to me. She shows no sign of responding to Lena.
私に任せてくれ。
Yeah, let me take this girl. Lena nods to me, then hops to the bed and hands outside.
ちゃんと
We will. After whispering in my ear, Lena steps outside and closes the door behind me. I gulp. It sounds simple enough, but I can't help but feel nervous about it. After calming myself down, pulling myself together, I address the head of the sick bed and voice natural as I can manage.
カリン、その
You right? I creep to her bedside and raise all my tippy toes, trying to glimpse her face. Fiona seems to realize I'm trying to do well and covers her with her face with a blanket. Soft sniffles escape from beneath the fabric. I sigh calmly and take my seat beside her, waiting for her to emerge. The ward is filled with almost unbearable silence, which only makes me more aware how out of place I am here. I have to say something to break the deadlock, and with that in mind, I decide to speak.
そういえばまだあのやたら安い闇ブローカーを使っているのか
Sick? Oh, hey, the broker you recommended last time, is he the same one that keeps quoting you the lowest price?
あそこまで
For some reason, his stuff seems a bit dodgy.
でもカリンは昔から経費に厳しいから
Still, I get why you're watching every penny when it comes to expensive like these, so it's understandable you're going for the most cost-efficient option.
3時になってもやっぱり節約しちゃうものなのか
I guess you're still as thrifty as ever, even after becoming a counselor, huh?
そんなわけないでしょ
I. As if. I'm hearing this. Claire's so annoying that she pops her head up on the blanket and glares at me. Hi.
指揮官様にいい加減な闇ブローカーを紹介するわけないじゃないですかいくらなんでもひどすぎます
Her tears from her are now welling up in her eyes. Without her blazer, her expression can't hide the glimpse of youth and innocence I remember. She seems to catch herself in an instant and she yanks it back over her face, her hand swiping hastily from the tear-streaked cheeks.
また昔みたいに
怒る元気があって安心したよ
Well, I'm glad you're energetic enough to respond like that. Now that Clay isn't going to retreat under the covers for the time being, I finally have a chance to have a proper conversation with her. In an attempt to ease the awkward air, I look at the fruit bags stick near her bed. Our apples and fruit knife in there.
リンゴ食べるか
Want an apple? I'll peel it for you. Clay lowers her head without saying anything, then she nods in silence. I pick up the apple and begin removing the skin. Meanwhile, Claire's eyes are fixated to the apple. I hand her a peeled apple. She takes a bite of it, and then tears start flowing once again.
ごめんなさい
Pop, pop, pop.
私はヘレナさんを守れませんでした
Oh, stop! Her voice very soft, but every word or oozes with self-loathing regret. I don't know how to console her. After thinking a moment, I mustered up some simple reply.
ヘレナなら反逆正体と一緒にいるジラードに奪われずに済んだ
Yeah, Helen is currently with Duffy. The Gerard group didn't manage to snatch her, which is a plus.
それより君の方が
But your health.
私なんかどうでもいいです
Shut up! Yes, it does!
そんなわけないじ
Yeah,
ゃん
how could it not matter?
ヘレナさんを二度も奪われてしまった、もうあなたに合わせる顔が
Give her a hug, please. We need to give her hugs.
そんなこと
Don't
言
worry
う
too much about it. Just focus on getting better.
大丈夫
We'll get her back. Count on it.
信じています
Hehe.
あなたならヘレナさんを連れ戻すどころか連れ去った敵も
Okay, I like that line. You'll just.
昔からそうでした
Hehe, thank you. Anna folds her knees against her chest and buries her face in them.
でも私は
Oh,
あなたのようには弾薬の整理や報告書をまとめる方が好きなのにそんな場所すら
oh.
私にはもうないんですだから嫌なことでもやるしかないのに
Poor girl.
自分一人の力でも何かを変えられると証明しないといけない
Claire,
んです
give her a hug, please. Give her a hug.
でも
Give her a hug.
どんなに頑張っても何も変わらなかった
Give her a hug, please. Please.
ど どれだけ犯罪者を取り締まってもロレン全体どころか自分の周りすら良くならない。どうして
Please give her a hug, Commander. Please. Visually clutch to the seats and wrinkles in them only to grow deeper as she use more force.
指揮官様が消えた時すごく怒りました。どうして私にも何も言ってくれなかったんですか。足手まといになるから。
No.
いや
No.
そうじゃないんだ。
It's just. I paused for a moment and then decided to tell her.
今まで
It's just that I didn't want you to live a life like mine with no future. You already suffered too much, and your body wouldn't be able to take it.
もう
There's no need for you to go back into that mess.
指揮官様の目には私が映っていなかったんですね。いつまでも子供扱いし
I.
非軍事勢力管理局に入った時あなたの経歴を見させていただきました。
Poor girl!
私なんか犠牲になった人々の足元にも及ばない。
いや
No.
違いますか。でももう責めたりしません。
Thank you.
私のことを考えて決めたのは知っていますから。今の立場になってから指揮官がロレンに失望した理由も。
Okay, so okay, I like that. She's like, okay, first I was mad, but then after I literally like met with Numpa, I realized how bad they were not doing their job. Catalina raised her head to look at me. In her eyes, I see a complex mix of emotions: frustration, regret, longing, and hope.
ごめんなさい。本当はこんな
We
こ
were
と
gonna
に
be
巻き込
involved
む
no
べき
matter
ではあ
what.
りませんでした。ただこの依頼をきっかけにあなたとまた一緒にお仕事できればと思って。そうすれば昔みたいな関係に戻れるのではないかと。
Oh.
例えば指揮官様が
Hey, well, I mean, he is entertaining it, isn't he?
正面作戦を指揮するあなたを私がサポートする。
Oh. After saying that, the hope in her eyes fades, replaced by helpiness and resignation.
でも一方であなたにまた戦わせるのは億劫でした。
Oh.
この世界に希望などなく全てが誰かのシナリオ通りに進んでいる。正義、平等、解放、どれも虚像です。
Poor girl.
初めて
Sorry,
あ
I'm
な
not
た
trying
と
to
通信
skip.
した際、
Sorry.
私も全てを投げ出してエルモ号に乗ろうかと想像しました。
Oh.
私に失うものなどないのですから。果たすべき責任がなければ今すぐにでも。
I really like that she's like.
すまないカニ。君にはいろいろと背負わせすぎた。
I'm sorry, girl. It was my fault for making you suffer pain that you should never have had to bear.
もしやり直せるなら
If I could have.
いいえ、同じです。あなたは自分のことすら構わないような人ですから。たとえやり直す機会があったとしてもあなたは同じ選択をしたでしょう。
Wait, what? Well, I don't think that's true.
私もそういう人間になりたいんです。茨の道になる。
I think, okay, I think what she meant was, in a sense, I think that's I get what she's trying to say. She's like, it's a weird phrasing, but I think she's trying to compliment. But I think I get it. I think she's basically saying, like, look, I understand. It's basically like you don't care. It's like it's not you don't care, like, in a sense you don't care what happens to you. You don't care how it happens. You just want to help, type of thing. I think that's what she meant.
けれど
Hmm. Gallia, I can't bring herself to go on. She picks up an apple, bites down on it, then offers it to me. I take it without hesitation and bite it too. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna raise this up slightly, just to be safe. Okay. Gallia smiles a couple away. She wipes her tears and speaks to me.
やっぱりあなたは優しいですね。
Yeah, it's fine. Okay, we're fine.
でも今の私にその優しさは
Don't
一人にしてください。
let me alone for a while. Gallia lays back down and covers his face with a blanket. I don't know what to say right now. Words bubble inside my head, but I die on my tongue. Then I open the door and leave the room. It was waiting for me right outside.
様子は
一人にしてと言われました。
She said she needed some time alone.
カリーナは
Herself?
負けず嫌いな上に責任感が人一倍強い。
Yeah.
今回はお前も絡んでいる分より答えたのだろう。
私に
Is there anything I can do?
そうだな。
As though he knew I had asked the question, he turns away and picks up a folder which hands to me.
ジラードグループの資料だ。お前の方でもジラードとパ
And
ラデ
pertaining
ウ
to
スが
Project
手を組んでい
Eden.
ることと
Yeah,
楽
we
園
know.
計画の存在についても知っているはずだ。
Yeah.
楽園計画。一体何なんだ。
Yeah, what is it?
それをこれから調べる。
Okay, you. Okay, yeah, it's fine.
表向きはコーラップス汚染と再生エネルギーの研究プロジェクトだ。責任者はジラードグループ総裁の娘、オルフェルーネ。
On the surface, her name is Ulfa.
オルフェルーネ。
ああ、今日の記者会見で計画の詳細を発表する予定だ。本来はカリーナが接触しに行くはずなのだが。
Looks towards the ward.
今は休養が何より大事だ。お前に代役を頼めないか。
何をすれば。
Yeah, what exactly do you need me to do?
記者に偽装してオルフェルーネに接触し、知っていることを聞き出せ。
She knows about. Okay.
だが彼女の身の安全にはくれぐれも注意を払ってくれ。ジラードグループとはパラデウス関連の証拠を渡してもらう約束をした。それを阻止するために総裁の娘を標的にする輩がいてもおかしくない。
なら保護すればいい。
Then over security detail better. You can have them protect her directly.
まだやらなければいけないことがある。
Okay, so he's basically.
それが終わるまで管理局とジラードのつながりが世に出るリスクは避けたい。
Okay. He's basically like, we're playing it carefully.
メディアがどう捉え拡散するか分かったものじゃないからな。
Yeah.
世論ですか。わかりました。
Okay.
ああ。リバには情報面で支援させる。どう動くかはお前の勝手だ。
Thank you.
お前の持ち込んだ武器や人形で事足りると思うが、必要なものがあれば知らせろ。
Bet.
了解。反逆とヘレナについて新しい情報があれば教えてください。
Yeah.
無論だ。
Pause it for a moment.
よく戻ってくれた。やはりお前がいると心
Hee.
戻ってはいません。
I'm not back. You're back. Come on. You know you're back. Come on, we're back. You can't just see her crying and say, nah. Is it just 3 cutscenes and then a battle? Okay. Just 3 cutscenes in the battle. All right. That was so sweet. I really wish. Okay, so this is what I kind of wish. I do realize there's a huge dynamic difference between the commanders, which I think. I do wish in this instance. By the way, if you hear me mute, I'm basically making sure you can hear me. Okay, yeah, it's good. I do wish that in a sense, the commander would actually hug her and stuff like that. But she kind of said it. It's weird, but we'll see. We'll see. Let's go. Are we? After pressing through multiple layers of security checks, I find myself standing at the entrance of Gerard Group's HQ. I take a deep breath. The building interior surprises me. Then I enter the city of live. The floor is so clean that they practically shining holographic displays in the air. I'm surprised at the faint scent of disinfectant. All that fills me with an instinctive sense of discomfort. As my first impression, the internal layout of the building project glimpse of the future, except the future isn't for everyone. Look at the military throngs of building entrances. I slightly give the thanks to the VIP access corridor. There's a few people in the exit corridor, in this express corridor, so I'm able to bring dolls in without drawing much attention. I try to loosen up my tie as I walk. It feels like a noose. While muttering myself, my hand reflexively reaches my waist, where my handgun ought to be. However, there is nothing but a well-made fountain pen and press past there. I'm currently wearing a suit on a loan from a hotel. Macchiato spent 3 full hours trying to reshape my image. From my mannerisms, etiquette, knowledge, it's like she was completely reinventing my persona. I would have wanted to see that. Still, it feels like putting off as ill-fitting clothes than wearing a skin that isn't mine. The businessman behind me clears her throat and glares at displeasure. I didn't even realize I'd be standing too long in the front of the security point entrance. All right, time to go to the ace journalist of the Shining Age. Okay, call Fane. Okay, yay, call Fane. Okay, see, this is why I love Call Fane. Alrighty, there's a strange smell in the air. I guess so. I shrug off the annoyed look behind me and I lead the dolls into the HQ of the Gerard group. Once inside entrance, the lavish facade is gone, replaced by a cold inspection device and stern-looking security personnel. We still have 6 hours until the Gerard group's technology summit. The main conference hall is inside. The building has already been set up. Gilded by signage receptionists, the summit attendee press personal file into the venue and makes their preparations. Boop. Identify, interview, verified. Disguised as a media team of the Shining Age agency, we undergo identity verification procedures at the security checkpoint. As editor-in-chief, I am trailed by Groza and Colfane. This way, please. After varying identities, the receptionist leads us inside. There's a pre-summit tea gathering happening on the other side of the glass wall. The receptionist stops near the stairwell and hands me a card with a smile. Oh, I gave him a more feminine one. Whoops, my bad. Okay. Thank you. I spot the receptionist. The rest of the team and I watch as they leave. Have the other cheese made it in? Ah! Don't say that, Commander. That way we'll have. Let's check with the inside of the building. That way we'll have some means of dealing with any contingencies. Also, there's that young miss of the Gerard group. I take out her ID photo and study it carefully. Wait, you have? She still seems kind of familiar. Deja vu or something? After giving myself a quick once-over, we decide to mingle with the other attendees and try to figure out what's going on. A steady stream of researchers and scientists are entering the venue hall. Some are more potent, famous, and senior ones bring them president and trying to tease the scope out of them. Elsewhere, the researchers who are newer in industry are gathered in front of the refreshing table, seemingly exchanging gossip. I send Groza and Colfin out to conduct fake interviews while I try to find hopefulness among the attendees. However, nobody who resembles my objective appears, even after I circle around the venue. As I'm drifting aimlessly around, I spot a group of young men discussing something. They're simply dressed, but they stink academic air. I pretend to be consult drug group brothers while eavesdropping on their conversations.
先生がインタビューに答えてる時の顔見たか？
ああ、便秘みたいな顔してたな。
Hmm?
どうせオルフェルーネのこと聞かれたんだろ。
やっぱ若き天才ってのも注目されるんだな。
Upon hearing the keyword, I surprisingly was close to them, a clearer picture of what they were discussing.
研究といえども結局金だな。あの年で大枚はたいて研究所を作って。先生みたい
For
な
work,
ベテランを
I would have hired someone her not
成
succeed.
功するわ。はあ、親がち当たってれば登壇するのは俺だったの。
Okay. The students chat carefully. All seem to be around their age, according to her resume. Though her SFG is clearly making my easy and expansional peers.
先月のインタビュー読んだか？
ああ、今までの経歴について話したやつでしょ。先生に読んで見習えって強く言われたわ。
Hmm.
こんな出来のいい生徒がいれば退職金の心配もしなくていいのにとかぼやいてたけど。
まだ50代なのにもう老後の心配かよ。
Your 50s are your wow.
まあそんなもんじゃない。天才様とは違うしね。
ところでさ、オルフェルーネって本当にフランクフルト試験の生き残りなのか？
Oh!
かっこつけるために持ったんじゃないか。
どうだろうな。10年前と言ったら俺はまだ中学生だし。
Okay, I've heard rumors from the... Okay, I haven't played GFL 1 or stuff like that. I've heard rumors about the Frankfurt area and how it wasn't a nice thing. So that's a red flag.
いや、さすがに持ってるだろ。あの試験に生き残るなんて。もっとマシな嘘をつくべきだな。
Yep. They end up talking about Orphan, but I've already tuned them out. I became lost in decade-old memories the moment that they mentioned that word. The flames of the war burned all the way to Frankfurt. The fragile illusion of the peace was scattered by the hands of the people themselves. They scorched her with soaked in the blood of the fallen. Countless lives were reduced to nothing more than a sacrificial lamb. Alarms, guns, ruins. Mothers in despair, weeping young ones, dolls fleeing in all directions. And then the memories of Nirvana being opened.
編集長。
When I come to my senses, I see Colvin looking at me with anxiety in her eyes. The video is all gone and noise before our eyes. A large-scale pre-conference interviews began and the media person arrived. Flashbulbs and cameras are all going off around me. I figure nobody remembers my face anymore. I should probably avoid exposing myself excessively photograph video recording equipment. I'll take over there. He watches the venue hall. Let me know immediately if she shows up. Let you. I quickly dart around the crowd, through the revenue door, and arrive at the rooftop on the balcony outside the venue. The balcony is much quieter aboard the venue hall. A gentle breeze caresses my face, a breeze like thoughts. The news I just heard sparks an explosion of thoughts in my mind. Should she survive Frankfurt after all? If that's true, then what role did she play when she was there? Was she a civilian? A scholar? A soldier? Or was she a member of Paratus? Did the project unit she's working on now grow seeds planted back then? Does that dazzling CV of hers hide the involvement of Paratus? Or is she just another Paratus leader thrust into the stage after William made his exit? As I lose myself in thoughts, a voice suddenly shatters the peace of my balcony. Wait, is it her?
こうしてお集まりいただいたのは科学の奇跡を共にジラードグループバイオテクノロジー部門の責任者としてこの場をお借りして
Okay, I kind of like
全然違う
The voice comes from the other side of the balcony. There's a small gazebo here, half hidden by the shrubbery. I turn to look and see someone piercing through her, seemingly frustrated about something. Okay, that's idiot. It's supposed to be idiot, but that's okay. That's a rough translation. It's supposed to be idiot. She's calling herself an idiot, but now it makes sense. As the young woman's voice reaches my ears, followed by the sound of a stack of papers hitting the ground. I silently studied the sudden speaker. While I'm still in some distance away from her, my instincts tell me she's my target. That said, I didn't expect to encounter my mission here at all. I hardly believe that she, the daughter of the Draw Group chairman, would actually go on without a bodyguard by her side. The girl is calling herself the Great One, as if nothing like an elegant, confident scientist mentioned in my files. Even her appearance doesn't match up well with her picture. I continue approaching her and finally manage to get a good look at her. What's shocking is how young she looks, like a freshly graduated university student. She is currently stomping the ground in frustration, trying to pick up her scattered papers, but then suddenly gets the wind ruins her plans. Okay, you're cute. Okay, wait, you're actually very cute. I love your pigtails. You look very cute. You look very, okay, you're actually cute. You got this, okay. Panic, she goes after the wind tossed papers like a kitchen chasing a butterfly. As the one just went past it, she leans out to go get it. Look out! I see her about to fall aside the balcony. I stop caring about whether she's my mission objective and break into a sprint. I grab her collar in one hand and pull her back to the brink while snatching the floating paper out in the air with the other. She stumbles under the sudden tug, but soon finds her footing before facing me. Her face useful and delicately featured. Her dark eyes would normally be glittering with wisdom and pride, but they currently fill with surprise and a hint of embarrassment. No. No, you're supposed to. Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Yeah, I just saw you were about to fall out the balcony. I hand her the paper I'm holding, and she snatches it back, her face flushing bright pink. With your body? How are you checking the... Okay, never mind. Yeah, how? Nerd! Just kidding. She discreetly moves her ruffled clothes and hair as she speaks. The panic she doesn't even ever try to hide makes it all the seem more performative. I can't help but frown. Is she putting on an act? That's definitely your due diligence as a scientist. Would you like to help me collect your papers? She hesitates for a moment. Oh, great. Yeah, you just encouraged yourself to call you that. Some of the scientific approach. Your pictures are everywhere. I doubt anyone who wouldn't know you. That said, the fine details of her current appearance are completely different from her photograph. That's probably why all the pressmen present in the venue didn't realize that she was the real deal. Is she actually, is she a decoy? Is that why you decided to hide here and practice your speech? Okay, I really like her. I hope she's she seems like a good person, hopefully, because she does seem like innocent. I'm not here to capture scandals. Truth is, I'm trying to avoid the press of people inside. Not used to places when they're so cramped. Understanding seems to dawn on her face. Sympathy and understanding flash between her eyes. Her mood does seem a little mercurial for some of her status.
わかる。しょうがないわね。とりあえず信じてあげる。
Thank you.
発表緊張なさってるんですか？
Yeah, are you nervous about the upcoming presentation?
そんなわけないでしょ。これくらいこのオルフェルーネ・ジラードにとっては日常茶飯事よ。
Okay, I like her a little bit more. I'm actually liking her. Despite her words, she ends up crumpling the piece of paper in her hands.
大勢の専門家の前で研究成果を発表するのは確かに気が引けます。今まで取材させていただいた方々も大勢を前にすると緊張すると。
Give an address.
本当に？
ええ。
We would naturally get nervous, especially when you truly believe in your work and how the audience views it.
連中が聞きたいのは天才科学者の発表よ。でもこの原稿、こんなの私の言葉じゃない。
ではなぜ
Then why did you prepare a script that you don't like?
私の話を理解してくれる人がいないからよ。
Her expression grows complacent. It seems she's recalling an unpleasant experience.
前に一度自分で原稿を用意したけど、助手があれは災難だったって。
Oh.
その発表の後、あの手この手で映像記録を抹消したそうよ。
災難
A disaster?
光量子もつれの研究で非ユークリッド位相空間に存在する色素分子のメタサーフェスを発見したわ。それはネゲー
Oh my, okay, what?
ダークエネルギーを生物エネルギーへ
Why
と
not?
する能力を有し、超弦理論に基づいた11次元世界の法則で。
I have to read this!
興味ある？
Yeah, no! Overload seems to sense my awkwardness and smiles nonchalantly.
ほら、ほとんどの人は知識そのものに興味なんかない。
内容というより伝え方の問
But
題
how it's presented?
どういう意味？
抽象的な
They say
言葉は
complicated
最新
concepts need to be
の
expressed through metaphors and the like so people can understand them more easily. For instance, could you use a simple comparison to express the core of your research?
実は植物は日光以外のものを食べるとか？
いいですね。
I think that would work very well. Can you elaborate?
例えば日光以外にも放射線をエネルギー源にする
I like how he's coaching her. Okay, I like this.
を養分に変えられるなんてどう？
Her eyes begin to light up. As she grows more and more animated, she begins gesticulating, describing how more research could change the biosphere of this contamination zone.
上々です。これなら誰もが興味を持つでしょう。
That was excellent. I'm sure you would captivate the audience if you talk like that on stage.
本当に？適当なこと言ってない？
本当です。
Of course not. Actually, I'm quite interested in your research
非常
direction.
に興味があります。
私の研究内容知ってるの？
ええ。何を隠そうあなたの専門である植物学は
Your focus on botany is something I've always been following my reporting on. Among them, the use of plants of two-phase collapsed particle absorption is particularly interest to me.
分かってくれる記者がいるなんて理解のあるメディアが科学を取り上げるのは科学者として喜ばしいことよ。
Hee
認めていただけたようで
Need your approval. In fact, my interest
実
goes
はあなたが研究している植物を
seeing plants like your kind, like the kind you have studying.
本当に？
見た目が
Let me guess.
フィラムに似て
They're
るものです
mutant plants like that look like Exiliums, right?
どうしてそれを？まさか私の実験施設に入ったことあるの？
実験
What research basis?
あれはあの施設にしかないもの。よその人間が知ってるのはおかしい。
Orvis begins muttering to herself, and then it seems like she realized something.
あなたまさか企業スパイ？
No!
まさか本当に送り込まれるなんて。
いや
Uh,
ID と招待状です。 これで疑惑が晴れるかはわかりませんが。
Well, I have no proof of this. My ID and invitation from your company can vouch my identity as part of media. Will that ease your suspicions?
偽造品じゃなさそうね。
Orpheus pouts as she studies my ID. Just as smooth air begins to turn the stage, I hear a royal voice from the balcony on its hinges.
お嬢様、ここにいらしたのですね。
Oh no! This is not good! I turned and looked at the divine woman and showed her the point. She's busily dressed, but her gaze is razor sharp.
見つかった。
Over the shutters, looking for all the caught in her hand a cookie jar.
いくら違うの。ちょっと風に当たってただけで。サミットまであと。
3 hours until the sun begins. How goes your preparations?
最後にもう一度確認してただけよ。
The doll Caligula signs expression and gives a dawning look. Then she bends down and picks up her dropped papers.
何かお困りのようですね。平気よ。私一人で解決できるわ。
Miranda, might be a good time to run.
無論。
Or beyond question, though I should mention, you makeup artists at Silas have been waiting for your suits for some time now. Wait, she's not even wearing makeup? Ego reaches out and strengthens her rumpled collar. The lab coat is no means suitable for tonight's event. I selected a more suitable evening dress for you. Okay. Glory of the Gerard family, don't you think? As she says that, Ego gaze briefly swift over me. The hint of warning is pleasure in it. Certainly, by all means. It's been an honor to speak with her. She politely extracts the name card from her and hands it to me. Our reservations will be required. Her tone is cool and polite, yet the judgment and caution invent her gaze. The Shining Age Media Agency. You always see my ID. Igla guides the open way, but the latter looks back and clearly excited. Igla follows her gaze. Her voice is gentle, but the warning in her tone becomes more and more evident as she speaks. Yep. He's scaring people all the time. The two of them vanish to the balcony entrance. I'm still standing there, feeling the weight of the information that a brief exchange. Or is it far more innocent and defenseless than my data suggests? Of course, that could be just an act. Meanwhile, the English, the Gerardo strong story, she'll be probably no doubt. She probably doesn't know who I am, but she clearly repulsed by how I approached her. From the Gerard Group's file, I saw the combat footage limit show me. I conclude that this third time was very likely our trickiest foe yet. Seeing how understaffed we are at the moment, it would be best not to arouse her suspicion for now. I studied the card Eagle left me. In addition to the usual combination, there's a line in small letters. Runs a curiosity, but they choose wisely. Alright! Well, that wasn't sketchy at all. We might be in danger. Luckily, she didn't recognize us. I hope not. Let's find out. Number 3. The third step line, extracting the treasure, is knowing the truth. There's still some time until the preparation begins, and there doesn't seem to be any more news of overhearing. The dolls and I return to our rooms and plan our next move. My conversation with Elves is just now giving a basic impression of her, while the presence of the third gen doll has been given serious doubts of the upcoming mission. Being guarded by such a powerful doll, Ball confirms that Orville is standing as a hire, yet her reaction and way of speaking raised some doubts in me. She seems to have total faith in what she's studying. It makes me think she generally believes she's doing a good thing. I don't smell stench of Parada's lies or evil coming from her. Instead, she feels too innocent? At this moment, it's difficult for me to tell if she's genuine or just an elaborate act. It seems I'll need to find a way to make further contact with her. The source of footsteps from outside as I ponder the encounter I just had just now. There's a series of knocks on the door. Rosa gets up and opens it. Sorry to bother you. It's alright. There we go. The staffer holds up a tote bag in his hand. A very simple material, finally made from features with a logo summon on it. Does it have the device in it? A souvenir? Yes, it contains the Gerard's Group's latest products, a local delicacies and... Huh. Thank you. I gesture the girl to take the bed. After seeing us bring it inside, the staffer nods and smiles at Exilium bound and before turning to leave. One of the sound footsteps outside the door fade away. I shoot Groza a look. See what's inside. Groza cautiously opens the bag. Just as the staffer said, the bag contains exquisite gift box. The first layer contains pretty looking desserts, while the second has the smallest device, always of every brand, released just a month. Groza and Colfane inspect the gift box and even take apart the small device, but there's nothing suspicious. Just a worldly wedding gift? The bag is tossed aside after it becomes distracted. Currently, it lies limp on the head of the recording dresser. Or at least it should be when found inside support. Yeah, the bulge of the reality surface. Check it out. Groza picks up the bag and inverts it, but nothing falls out. She then turns inside out and feels around for something to bulge. I take it from her the feel around the grace or indicated. Sure enough, there seems to be something hidden inside it. Clearly someone cut it open and sewed it back together. I rip open the seam and pull out the object lying inside the bag. There is a little box in my hand, work ID's special application. Let's have a look. I hand the device to Groza. She fiddles for the moment but doesn't see any issues with it. Then she takes a small slip of paper out from behind the ID. This device can help you solve all the problems for you. So make good use of it, okay? Wait! Can I hear that one more time, by the way? Groza, can I hear that one more time? No, because... Yeah, I know. Is that on Lena? Or my other girl? Nope, I know who it is. So, remember the girl? So there is a contact in Gerard that's from Deaf Eye. I think that's who it is. Not that I remember. Or could be the help from Nampa. If it was them, they wouldn't have given it to us before we came here. Yeah. Did we ask them about it? I nod, and Levin picks up a call shortly afterwards. I tell her about the work ID. Oh, Commander, you know... Then who is it? Leva pauses. Okay. Yeah, because she was helped back then too, with the little passcode. After hanging up, I inspect it again. The card is very well made. There's nothing special about it. I sense that this card is definitely going to come in handy, so I tuck it away in my pocket and wait for the presentation to begin. 20 minutes before the summit. Alright.
何かあれば合図してください。すぐに対処いたします。スライドもサーバーにアップロードしました。あとはリモコンのボタンを押すだけで大丈夫です。
Okay.
他に確認したいことはありますか？ないわ。
Ah, she looks so pretty. Okay.
天才科学者オルフェルーネ・ジラードにとって
She actually looks very pretty. I like the I like the modesty in it. She plants her hands on her waist and proudly raises her chin. She is confident as a smile on her face, but a keen observer would note that her hands are trembling and that her faint sheen represents her forehead.
ええ、当然でございます。
The handkerchief's a little wrinkled. I hope that she's not too evil, because she does seem like to genuinely care. That could be a facade. Eagle takes an elaborate stitch handkerchief out of her pocket and lightly dabs away the moisture off his forehead, then takes a mirror from her pouch and sorts soothing out for the straps of Ophrys's dress. Oh, is my hair messy? I mean, how could myself take the stage till that's the perfect state? I mean...
何も問題ありませんが、もう少し微調整させていただきます。
Eagle hands the sculpture a touch as she working with the soap bubble and vanishes beneath. The look in her eyes is a mere professional diligence, but there's something closer regional, so research. I'm so curious because if she's an innocent researcher, how are they twisting it? Huh. Hmm.
ええ、全員はひれ伏すことでしょう。ねえ、イグラ、時間が来るまでそばにいてくれる？緊張とかそういうのじゃないから。
Okay.
スケジュールを滞りなく
Usually, so she's a soon. I kind of like that, but she's a cute soon, and I'm fine with that.
いついかなる時もあなたのそばにいるのが私の務め。そして誉れですよ。じゃあさっきはどこにいたの？すごく待ったんだから。確かにイグラの目を盗んで抜け出したけどさ、こんな日に遅刻するなんてあなたらしくないわ。申し訳ございません。不安要素を取り除きに行っておりました。招かれざる客がお嬢様の研究に分不相応に関心。
This is very cute. I have to admit.
またそういう連中が。ご苦労様、イグラ。
Why is there a train noise?
きっと私の成果を盗もうとしたに違いないわ。
Okay, I think that's what's going on. They're feeding her information, saying low lives are trying to steal her work and trying to impede her progress, and they're hiding what it's actually doing. Maybe that's the case. I'm trying to give her like a benefit of the doubt, but we'll see, chat.
でもそれも今日で終わり。発表さえすればもう警戒する必要はないわ。その通り。そしてお嬢様の名は世界に轟くでしょう。
Thanks to Igla's smoothing words, Ophrys's tensions have completely drained away. Just as she's about to continue appearing, an unexpected visitor interrupts her.
これはオルフェルーネ。今夜は一段と綺麗だ。
Zimmerman. A distinguished young gentleman with dapper suit strides into the room.
チマーマンおじ様。
Uncle?
こんばんは、チマーマン様。
Oh, that's the first time I've seen this, a little overlap. Igla's face is perfectly composed, but her body shifts almost incapably in order to put herself between Ophrys and the newcomer.
相変わらずの警戒心。窮地の中ではありませんか。
Why is she protecting her so hard?
まったく大した守護者よ。
それが私の務めです。
What's your deal?
今日は来ないのかと思ってたわ。
Yeah.
議会は午前中に済ました。娘も同然のお前の晴れ舞台を見ぬわけにはいかないだろ。
You have sus written all over you.
いつ来たの？
少し前にな、会場を見て回ったよ。ところでオレクはこの大事な日に。
Oleg?
お父様は 大事な接待があるって。最初から期待してなかったし、どうでもいいわ。
Oprah's pawns her chin, pretending she doesn't bother her.
竜陸おじさまが亡くなって、いろいろドタバタしてるし。
Okay.
お父様も私にできるのは研究に専念することだって。
I wish I knew. I'll come up with time. I've been trying to keep up with Girls Frontline. I do need to make a time to go play Girls Frontline Line and stuff like that because they could be making references that I'm not familiar.
まさかリュウリックが財団に黙って不義理を働いていたとは誰も思うまい。辛い日々だったろう。奴の悪事が公になった瞬間、ジラードグループの株価は大幅に下落した。私にできることがあれば遠慮なく言えとオレクに伝えてくれ。ジラードとファルベンは運命共同体なのだから。お前が小さい頃からの付き合いだ。ここで見て見ぬふりをするわけにはいかない。
ジラードグループを代表して感謝申し上げます。ですが
However, the Draw Group has a long history of ample reserves. The temporary.
お嬢様の発表をもってジラード家の底力を世に知らしめる。
I know you're from Pro.
そうですか。これは今夜がますます楽しみだ。
It's interesting because the fact that she's protecting her, which means that they might not see eye to eye. As in, Zimmerman might interfere with something and she doesn't want to happen because of the body language. Because if she didn't feel it, Zimmerman engaged shifts between England and Exilium, a subtle smile on his face.
ところで、楽園計画はすでに第一段階の成果を公表する段階に至ったって。
それはもう大きな成果を得られたわ。今夜みんなをびっくりさせてやるんだから。
Are they gonna launch Project Eden in the city?
喜ばしいことだ。これで株価は安定し、財団のジラード家に対する信頼も取り戻せるだろう。幼かったオルフェルーネも一人前になって。
グループのことは私には関係ないわ。
Okay, that explains a lot.
でも私は私の方法で研究でお父様の力にな
So
る。
she just wants to help. Oh.
相変わらず真面目な子だ。だが誰が何と言おうとジラードの後継者はお前だ。遅かれ早かれ知っておかなければならないこともある。例えばお前の研究が財団を揺るがすやもしれぬと見ている者もいる。
Uh-huh.
お嬢様は純粋に学術のために研究を行っています。
Huh.
もちろんそういった精神は尊重されるべきです。
Okay, that explains it.
だが世の中は純粋なものほど脆い。イグラさん、それはあなたが
I kind of sense why these
知っ
two.
ているはずだ。
だからこそ守られるべきです。
She's protect.
面白い。しかし守るのにも力とリソースがいる。ジラードグループの現在の立場ではそれは難しいでしょう。
あなたの真意が何であれ、これだけは言っておきます。私の役目は何があろうとジラード家、ひいてはお嬢様を守ることです。
If that's true, why do you have that symbol? Huh.
忠誠は美徳ですが、賢さに変わるものはありま
That's
せん。
why she's protecting her.
あなたなら選択を間違えることはないと信じていますよ。
おじさま、
Thank you. Orphan's force interrupts the subtle conversation.
会社のことがわからないからってバカにしないでくれる？
Okay.
オレク・ジラードの娘としてジラードグループは死守するわ。
Ah, there we go.
だからイグラを引き抜こうとしないで。 おじさまのところにも第三世代人形がいるでしょ。
Oh.
イグラは私の助手よ。イグラがいなければ私は。
Overland suddenly cuts herself off, as though she realized that she said too much. She raises her chin again, then throws her aside at pride.
とにかくイグラは私の人形だから、いくらおじさまでも渡したりしないわ。これから発表の準備をするから邪魔しないで。
Okay, good. Standing up. Zimmerman sees the anticipated reaction and laughs nonchalantly.
やはり若くして成功を収めるのはお前のような純粋な人間。
Oh, I don't like you one bit.
邪魔して悪かった。発表頑張ってくれたまえ。ちゃんと見届け。
An apology from the audience. As we return to the arrestor, Zimmerman suddenly addresses Igla, who has been departed, in a quiet voice.
じきに嵐が訪れる。あなただけでは嵐を守りきれないでしょ
ご忠告感謝いたします。ですが私の選択は常に一つ。
Is she gonna help us? Igla's voice is warmer and definitive, but her gaze is sharp as razor's ice.
まだ準備がありますので失礼いたします。サミットを存分にお楽しみください。
I'm super curious. After I finish my surveillance at Doll's Lounge, I at my watch. It's almost time. The summit is halfway to the time. I exit the lounge and reach the conference center. On the biological researcher, after another task scattered, the swelling applause. People are gathered in front of the lectern, occasionally exchanging a few words. I sign to Groza Colfate and silently behind the cloud.
ありがとうございました、ダレスさん。
Okay.
お次は植物学の期待の新星、そして楽園計画の主導者。皆様が最も気になるであろう楽園計画の詳細を公表していただくと同時に、ご質問にもお答えいただけます。
After a round of applause, she gradually takes the stage. Perhaps it's because I only just saw another side of her, who just reveals us takes me by surprise. She's wearing an exquisite made couture evening gown. Her golden blonde hair is neatly styled, exuding elegance, and the class never moved. She is nothing like the cultish girl I saw balcony this afternoon. With a slight razor chin, she regards the entire audience with a look all around a cultural arrogance, then bends into the graceful bow before beginning to speak.
こんばんは、オルフェルーネ・ジラードです。今夜我々がここに集まったのは、科学者である以前により良い未来を求める探求者でもあるからです。そしてまさに今この瞬間から新しい時代が始まろうとしています。緑の浄化者である植物にはまだまだ驚くべき秘密が隠されていたのです。
First, let's consider a problem. Biospecifically filtered plants can effectively absorb and process radiant radiation. It's just like the script from earlier. Orpheus is undisputed center of the venue's attention. The researchers, the business journalists, everyone is listening intently, looking forward to hearing words to change the world. Particle absorption and large-scale planting, improving the purification of infection at lower cost. Those grand declarations sound very promising, but the definitely true, not the true aim. But those definitely aren't. These, I didn't. That said, what is their true aim? All the research she mentions so far sounds a lot like operating principle of collapse. Exiliums. Could it be something to do with Parada's upcoming moves? Are the Garager's attempts to part of the Helium too? I suspect to realize they simply had too few cues for what's going on. Even Numpa and I managed to have a few traces of it. I'm still clueless to Rosgarova's upcoming plans. Horus continues the presentation beneath the spotlight. The audience intently listens to his continues, and everyone's eagerly the young scholar before them.
私たちは無意識に汚染エリアの浄化は果てしなく困難なものだと思い込んできました。しかし技術の進歩とともにより確実で安定した、そして低コストの方法で人類が領土を取り戻す可能性が芽生えました。植物という古来より存在する生命の力を借りて未来を切り開くのです。皆様のご期待に応えるべく2日後に楽園計画の第1段階を実行いたします。
And in order to have... Oh!
そしてこの計画のもたらす変化を全リビューが見届けることでしょう。
Okay, no!
ありがとうございました。
オルフェルーネさん、オルフェルーネさん、質問よろしいでしょうか。
計画は2日後に実行するとのことですが、
Yeah.
ジラードグループの株価に楽園計画がどのように影響すると思いますか？
As the journalist began searching for the stream venue was over in an instant. I approached the lecturing company with my peers and noticed who was about to leave has an annoyed look on her face. She gestured to the Igla who's standing beside her. Fortunately, the host manager hold them off the wrong journalist.
記者会見は30分後 B ブロック内で行われます。入場の際は特別招待状をご提示ください。オルフェルーネさん、
Thank you for your cooperation. After our visit leaves, I hear a ripple of a distance from around me.
またか。コネを持ってるやつの特権だな。
目の前にスクープがあるのにいつもこうだ。メディアの暗黒時代だよ。
Wait, is that thing?
帰って記事を仕上げるぞ。日付が変わる前に入稿すればうちが一番乗りになれるかもな。
The journalists around me begin to disperse in their bibs. Once things are settled, I head to the corner and take a work ID for this labeled special invitation.
ここで使うのか。
Yeah, is it? While the scary third gen already warned me about this, it seems I have discarded her advice. If project is really good in place, I'll need to figure out exactly what the project is and without in 4 days. Currently, my situation is like being adrift in the boundless ocean, so I need to seize anything I can find, even if it's a little plank of driftwood. After briefly considering my next move, I share my thoughts with Dulles, and so they're ready to act anytime. Then I grip my ID in my hand and walk towards the building at the end of the corridor.
こちらが記者会見の待機所となります。ここでお待ちください。
はい。
To my surprise, I actually managed to use the devious work ID to get into the essentially designated interview area. Although the press conference hasn't begun yet, I can tell that I'm only one who doesn't belong here. All the journalists here know each other. They're sitting on prearranged seats and whispering to each other.
初めてだ。
I turn and realize the other guys speak to me.
そう警戒するな。お互いあのお嬢様の独壇場の賑やかし要員だからな。
そうですね。
Yeah.
株は買ったか。
株？
ああ。まさか
Those traders who didn't invest in it all.
こんながっぽり稼ぐ。
Making me do bucks all these don't come every. Oh, they're talking about the draw upstairs.
この記者会見
Once the press conference ends, the stock prices for our related sectors are gonna go to the moon. By winning the young, Cleary has to win back the industry's rep and sway the public opinion back to the other side. My guess is that everyone's question today is going to be related to the vaccine incident from the earlier about their Dell's technology. That way, the group will make maximum benefit of the Orphalin land.
わかってるじゃないか。あんた仕事は？
Ah!
記者ですが。
I'm a journalist.
おいおい、本物だった。
You're an actual journalist?
珍しいな。こりゃジラードはちゃんとイメージ改善に努めないとな。いいか。
Better keep your occasional habits in check later on and don't do anything you shouldn't.
俺は
After all, I'm.
ここに来るために全てを投げ出したんだ。
He passes the shoulder and returns to his seat. As the press conference draws closer, my surrounding gradually quiets down. Aurora shows up on time. However, there's a hint of distaste in her face compared to how she looked in the presentation just now. While she retains a say-hi attitude, her gaze keeps sweeping the audience, though she's looking for something. Eaglet stands brightly by her side, and prim alert expression on her face. After the host announces the beginning of the conference, the journalists around me all raise their hands. The quiescents are miraculously crafted, just like the man had said before. Each syllabus over his lips make market needles, influencing the position of the Drawage Group in the interesting plant market. But what about herself? Did she memorize the utter boring script before the press conference, just like she said? And what about me? Someone gave me this ID. What do they want me to find? Or rather, what do they want me to change?
ご質問は以上でよろしいでしょうか。
Orban stands on one side. She seems relieved. Meanwhile, her eyes are still sweeping the venue, searching for something. Nobody else is raising their hand.
それでは終わりに。
待ってください。
A moment, please. Everyone turns to me and looks surprised. Right as she's about to leave, she stops and turns to look at me, and hidden surprise crosses her eyes.
あなたはさっきバルコニーにいた。
オルフェルーネさん、質問よろしいでしょうか。
Wait, did she give us the invite? Or ignores the host attempts to stop her and takes 2 steps. The orphan's gestures to relax.
喜んでお答えします。
少し前に簡単なインタビューをさせていただいたと思うのですが。
Let's study in your research.
あなたが研究している植物と似たような
Okay, earlier today I conducted a simple interview with you. During the interview, I mentioned you seeing a plant. I mentioned seeing a plant varies the kind of study research.
それはあなたがリリュウで作ったものと違い、汚染エリアで大量に発
There's
見
an artificially cultured.
栽培が試みられた植物です。その名はコーラプスエピフィラム。この植物はコーラプス粒子を吸収放出する
Cited in the red zones.
しかし
However, the existence of the seeds have been deliberately concealed by someone. I haven't been able to learn about the authorities or the raw group publicly available literature.
あなたの発表内容とエピフィラムには
Between the two.
がいくつもあるように思います。
あなたどうしてそこまで。
教えてください。あなたの研究とエピフィラムに関連性はありますか？
Okay, this is risky, but okay. Are they linked?
それは楽園計画の革新となる技術なのではないですか？
As I ask my question, the host is already speaking to the walkie-talkie in his hand. Shortly afterwards, several personnel enter my approach my position.
すみません。事前にお知らせした範囲以外の質問はご遠慮願います。
Over his hand, tied in the microphone she's holding, she seems hesitating. Her gaze is wavering, and she occasionally glances at Igla, who is standing behind her. Meanwhile, I ignore the host's attempts and continue my addressing her.
オルフェルーネさん、私はあなたの研究に大変興味があります。あなたの植物に対する増加
That
は
way is
そ
the
の
plant.
程度じゃない。あなたの本
Well
当
to
の
know
研
that-
究を世に知らしめてみませんか？本当のインタビューを
Like the true interview?
あなたに必要なのは
Yeah, here we go! Do you not want someone to understand you, to admire your sign of confidence, instead of merely treating you like a mascot of the Gerard group? The summoned security guards have already reached me. I know if Orvis does not wish to receive her, then the mission will be a complete failure. There is probably no better opportunity to approach the scientist heavily protected from her study today. I hope guard just needs to leave. I'm not going to be going, but it isn't a good place to get violent. Guards are prepared to depart. Several long seconds later, she holds out a hand and stops the guard. Her eyes are shining, and she's stubborn look on her face. She descends the stage and runs over to me.
本当に純粋に私の研究に興味があるの？株価とか市場とかそういうのじゃなくて。
Okay, she's really. I'm quite curious about your studies. I'd like to know the real figure is not just a label of a genius scientist.
やっぱりあなたは他の俗物とは違うと思ってたわ。お嬢様。
Eagle follows closely behind her and whispers in her ear. After realizing her pause, Alfred quickly resumes her previous attitude.
本日はご来場いただきありがとうございました。
Before the host can continue, Arthur grabs me by the sleeve and drags me backstage. After going behind the curtains, Alpha is literally gets outside. After ensuring we all not ready, she continues to speak to me in an excited voice.
エピフィラムの生態まで知ってるの？同僚でも知ってる人はそんなにいないのに。じゃあ私のやりたいことも分かってるわよね。
いや、
やっぱり待って、心の準備ができてなかった。
For it yet.
そうね。こうしましょう。あなたの質問何でも答えるわ。でもそれは今じゃないし、俗物。
I really like her. Okay, I think she really is just an innocent. She's really giving me the vibes of I'm innocent. They're just using my innocence to their own ends. Because she seems way too innocent.
明日、独占イン 私の実験室でどう？それまでに聞きたいことまとめてきなさいよね。期待してるから。
Okay.
私の研究は株価を上げるだけの道具じゃないってことは世間に理解させて。
Okay, I like that.
ありがとうございます。ご期待に添えるよう尽力します。
Orpha is raising her chin proudly, but she doesn't or her mouth from turning up. She turns and whispers something in Iglo's ear. Iglo especially immediately turns compliance, but in the end she nods respectively. Then Iglo turns to address me in an extremely polite tone.
弊社広報担当の連絡先です。明日のスケジュールについては彼にご確認ください。
So curious about you. Iglo generously hands me the card. I nod to her gratitude and I receive it. She waves to me with a satisfied look on her face, then turns to leave. Iglo follows her behind. Right her. Huh. So now we got battles time. We got 3 battles and then we got a thing here. Battles time. So this is interesting. All right. Oh, let's see what we got here. So it does seem like she doesn't. It's not her fault, but we'll see. All right, are we going back to the team and the fox and everything like that? I'll see. I do wish I did this earlier. I'm actually really liking this. Yeah. There we go. The next day.
編集長、着いたわ。
We're here. After stepping out from the robots, we find ourselves in the office building. Inside is how we live. It stands on sofa, towering the structure of vast peak areas. This is the place. Looks plainer than I imagined.
ええ、とてもああいう実験をしている場所には見えないわ。
Yeah.
楽園計画の研究所はまさに楽園だった。見出しはこれでどうですか？
Thought we're actually here to write an article.
役作りは大事ですよ。
So you don't give yourself away. A look at the time. We set the early appointed competition, so the time right now is 9:40. 20 minutes from the appointed interview time.
まだ時間があるけど、このまま入る。
Coming early in the meeting is a way of showing respect. It would be best if we leave her to give a good impression for us. Let's go. I have the dolls grab the equipment. We entered the office building.
こんにちは。お約束でいらっしゃいますか？オルフェルーネさんの独占インタビューです。
The staffer looks at the paperwork and carefully checks in the system.
輝きの時代、人間1名、人形2名。問題ありません。どうぞお入りください。
Please come in. The staffer opens the gate at the entrance.
こちらでしばらくお待ちください。すぐに。
Please wait to have share commands. We'll see the receive shortly. Alright, thank you. I leave the dolls at the reception area where we take our seats. The inside of the lab is supply. In addition to the busy reception, each floor has assistants lab in the orderly manner. It's bigger on the inside. Yes, it is, Doctor. I hear that again? Kind of what is the sound where it's just this. Wow. Wow. Hang on, wait a minute, hang on. Can I change my settings here? No, I can't. I was gonna mute the audio and I was gonna make it to where I can hear it. But hey, I'm gonna shut up for a minute. Okay, so if I hear it later, I might be able to isolate the file, but we'll see. I might try to go in later after I beat this, turn off the music, and just get this line. To me. For some reason, it seems to be proper. That feels a bit weird inside. There wasn't a security check at the entrance, and the people inside were coming without or going without my restrictions. I look at the floor plan reception. It states the building has 3 floors, but 4 rooms each. According to the floor plan, each floor contains a main lounge, various public facilities, and 4 has an office space for our Exilium. Okay. So they have large structures. Don't tell me they're the same kind of equipment we see on the Parada slab. We can't be certain yet. We'll find out once we can check them out later. Halfway through our observation building, a certain someone descends from above. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Igla. Igla dips her head in the polite nod, but the wariness of her eyes doesn't seem to diminish it in the least. So I just kind of saw something with her. Her objective was to get Helena, but she did seem like a fascination to fight the strongest doll. So, clearly my stunt the press conference last night put her on guard again. Igla's tone is polite and restrained, but her hint of wavering voice is polite evident. She is carrying a large box, and I wonder if it contains some sort of powerful weapon. The doll knows well and carefully studying every move makes, ready for battle at any moment. However, Igla seems completely uninterested in actions of my assistants. She glances at them briefly, then walks right up to me. Yes, the interview is very important for my firm, so I don't want to be late. Hey! Ah! Don't think of a lot of time in your life was wasted on being early. I don't. Ego gave sweets to sort of regards to cells on my face. Yeah. Of course. Ego seems very pleased by my response. She just to be the follower. But we're special. Oh, okay. We're getting the VIP treatment. Yes, thank you. I don't know. Treated as a proper. That's true. Yeah, she did seem like she was like, everyone was just, oh, you're gonna help us get our money back, and she's like, I just want to talk. She wants to nerd out. That's literally what she wants to do, and that's why I like her so much. She's a little soon, but she just wants to nerd out. That's all she wants to do. She wants to find someone and just nerd out, and she found someone who may be able to do that, which I kind of like a lot about her. She's like, look, I just want to nerd out, and everybody's like, no, money, and I like that about her. I sense it in a caution in her eyes, but her demeanor flawless, her wariness has not faded me at the least. Igla brings us to the second floor of silence. Along the way, she tells us that this floor is a core research area of the facility and features an verification system. Only visitors who have received her approval are allowed to enter here. The biosafety labs have been performing the core research tasks at Project Ian, and have been subject to many interests of the competitors ever since the project began. Ego gives you a meaningful look and turns to look the direction of point of feigning innocence.
この先がお嬢様のオフィスになります。
Huh? We climb to the broad staircase and arrive at the third floor. I check the time. You have everybody's identity in front of the rest. Okay, can I change the setting here? Okay, I can't. I will try to change the setting in a minute because apparently doing faster text is not helping because it's doing the skip of the thing, and that's making everything not work. The sound of the shattering comes from inside, followed by a panic yelp. We rush to find her standing in the complex-looking device. The interior of the room is a mess, and the floor is covered in glass and test tube rack. Ego rushes over and swiftly cleans up the mess in the ground. Her moves are fast-paced, precise, as though she has long been used to these such scenarios. Were you trying to operate the equipment by yourself? She broke it! She's like, work! I imagine her shaking the machine. Work you! Work you! Oh, it broke. Uh-oh. Over turns to look at us. Her expression immediately turns to stone. Her long blonde hair a mess, and her lab coat buttons are fastened incorrectly. She looks nothing like a normal, but us and scientific describing her file. Okay, you know what? I'm liking her even more. I'm liking her even more. Come on. Please tell me we get to see her more, because she's a treat. Orpheus quickly stumbles a few steps back and almost trips on the shreds of glass of groups. Fortunately, Igla reaches back swiftly and it catches her. It's 10 o'clock right now. Orpheus' eyes snap at the clock on the wall, and her expression goes from surprise to frustration before quickly shifting to deliberate hatiness. I love her too much. She quickly sorts out her clothing, straightens up, and tries to regain her sense of dignity, but her lab coat is still rumpled and misbuttoned. Igla produces a new lab coat and a kit bag from her bag, from the big bag she was carrying around, and begins to give a high-speed makeover. Immediately stands still and Igla's fuss over her like a mother hen over a chick. Igla moves with swift practice. In less than a minute, Orpheus looks good as new. Once again, Igla brings picking up scattered lab equipment and documents. Every move she makes looks like it's been precisely calculated, and it's not waste the slightest bit of time and energy. She clears her throat, turns to me with her face masked, liberally pride and confident. We're indeed honored by your presence. Orpheus looks up and down, her gaze a curious judgment. Bionical terms. Very experience and a broad knowledge base. You don't have to remind me. Igla seems to be used to her very little flare-ups. She simply nods and continues restoring order to the chaos on the floor. Start by taking pictures. I give Olvie a look. She quickly moves in front of her and raises her camera. Upon seeing Colvin point her camera to Olvie, Igla hurries over the touch up. Ah! Sure. Why are you so...
どの角度から
I look perfect.
完璧でしょ
I love her.
ここで提案なのですが、いつもと違う一面を見せて
Actually showing him a side of his offices that contrary to usual deed by person could win more public goodwill.
オルフェルーネさんはエリートとして
Olthane is typically a corporate elite. Why not show off her more down to earth side?
いいわね。イグラ、いいかしら。ジラードグループのイメージにふさわしくありません。
After seeing the dejected look of her face, Igla quickly adds her previous statement.
ですが、お嬢様がそこまでおっしゃるなら、試してみてもいいでしょう。
With her permission, Colfane does as decided and takes several pictures of her. After the shoot, she examines the contents of the as agreed. Takes advantage of the distraction and suddenly approaches me.
ねえねえ、今日ずいぶん早く着いたらしいじゃない？
はい。
I hope that shows my sincerity regarding my interview.
いい心がけね。こんなにインタビューが楽しみなのは久しぶりよ。
Aww.
コーヒー飲む？私が入れてあげてもいいわよ。お嬢様。
Wait, why? Is she suck at making coffee?
大丈夫、一人でできるわ。子供扱いしないで。
Didn't you break something like 10 minutes ago?
では、いただきます。
Then I shall gracefully accept your offer.
いいの？
断る理由
Why
は
wouldn't
あ
I
りません
be?
今までの人はなんやかんや断ってたのに。
Oh! Surprised I said yes. For some reason, it makes me panic a little.
失礼ですが、コーヒーメーカーを使用されたことは？
Yeah, I was gonna say, maybe don't ask you, but do you really know how to use the coffee machine?
ええ、イグラからいろいろ教わったわ。細かいことはたまに忘れるけど。
I love her. Okay, I'm really liking her. Over's confidently heads over to the drink counter, and England's expression grows tense. However, she merely keeps her distance. It seems she wants if Overlane can actually pulls the task off her own.
何がいい？ちなみにラテが一番得意よ。
では、
Then I'll have a latte then, thank you. She nods and heads over the fridge before taking a car of milk and dumping into the coffee machine. I'm assuming when she took a carton of milk, I'm assuming it's not the little tiny ones, you know, the ones you got at the schools. We're talking a half-gallon carton.
Oh.
Yeah.
オルフェルーネさん、そこはミルです。
Yeah, thank you.
ああ、また忘れた。これ豆入れるとこだったわよね。開発部の連中もっと分か
Can make it more obvious.
ないの？
I doubt the R&D division built this coffee machine, did they?
今度こそ覚えたわ。
Alright, I got it this time. After carefully pouring the situation, she manages to add the milk to the right compartment. Right after that, she engages the grinder. After some humming, the coffee powder springs out of the nozzle.
これでどう？
Yeah, you did well.
次は。
Just as I was about to put the temper, the coffee machine suddenly starts up without any warning, spraying coffee ground powder everywhere. Most of it ends up on the brand new lab coat. After seeing the predicament, it hurts sighs, but her eyes are filled with daunting kindness. She quickly steps up to take out the various implants of his hands.
お嬢様、やはり私が汚れてしまわれましたね。
I look at defeat and shame across her face a moment, but it seems to transfer the stubborn pride.
手が滑っただけよ。ちょっとミスっただけじゃない。
She's got this.
そうですね。すぐに
I'll grab you a new lab coat. She seems used to pampering and silently accepts this arrangement. She takes yet another lab coat from her huge box. There's no way she just has like a... Does her box just has a bunch of lab coats? That's hilarious. Alright, I noticed that the box, which seems to have originally been introduced as a transport weapon, is indeed filled with various articles of full clothing. It's really obvious that they all prepare for her. Once again, she changes into the lab coat and practices ease before quickly brewing a latte, handing it to me.
どうぞ。お嬢様がわざわざご用意された コーヒーです。
Bet.
入れたのイグラでしょ。
Hey, you're the one who made it.
お嬢様の指示で入れたのですから。実質お嬢様が入れた。
I love that she's like, please enjoy this. The mistress made. Didn't you make it? But you're the one who prepared it.
とにかく飲んでみ
Give me
て。
a try.
いただきます。
Thank you. I take the coffee sip and I'm really good. It's delicious. Thank you for your hospitality.
当たり前でしょ。私は一番いいものしか出さないんだから。
Oh my gosh. Or smiles snugly, as though she is the one who made the coffee herself. She shakes her head gently, but her eyes are filled with tenderness.
さあ、本題に入りましょう。今日はどんな感じ？
That we get scheduled the interview?
お嬢様の作業環境の撮影後、楽園計画の方向性について。
Alright, bet. Now we're getting the price tags.
それって今までと同じじゃない。そういうの飽きた。研究のことを知るなら、やっぱり実験施設を見学した方が早いわ。実験施設。
New research base?
しかし、この方々。
The security level there. Over the doors my hesitation and turns and looks at me.
今まで外部の人間を通したことなかったけど、興味ある？
もちろんです。
Of course I'm interested.
今まで公開されなかった
The research base has never been made public for lead-in. Combined with exclusive report that will definitely boost the credibility of the article. I love how you're into this now. If all goes well, I can make this a headline to all major publishing platforms. I never would have expected to actively suggest that we visit one of the research pages. I decided to accept the offer quickly before anyone can retract it. Looks like today's interview is going to be a lot smoother than expected.
お嬢様、施設の見学は予定にありません。勝手なことをすれば、理事会やオレク様への弁明が。
Master will like.
お父様には私から言っておくわ。
Huh.
この研究所の責任者は私よ。
Igla's face is professional and calm as ever, but I see the uneasiness in her eyes. However, in the face of her attitude, all she can do is nod.
かしこまりました。ほら、ついてきなさい。科学がもたらす奇跡を見せてあげるわ。
Okay. On the environmental security door, after opening allows her to enter the research unimpeded. Igla follows behind her. Her movements are elegant and flowing. Remember, her eyes sweep surroundings to us visitors. After several rounds of the tiresome identification procedure, we finally arrive at the group 2 before. Mentioned by group 2 before. However, it doesn't seem anything sinister up here. In fact, the vibrant greenery spreads before me. Flourish of vegetation looks of vigorous under sunlight and little rainbow arcs throughout the spray of irrigation sprinklers. Over a stance on the side, looking at the plants before her gaze, akin to the proud parent. Behold, this is the cradle of Project Eden, my finest work. All the seeds are going to live. Our plots were born from little greenhouses. It's really romantic origin for them. Lani has always been romantic field research. Unfortunately, there's been not enough people who get it. The actual research doesn't get my vision. Oh. Orva's cocks her head smugly and gestures one particular plant. See what? Romance you were talking about. Clueless, I inspect the plant she's pointing at. Orva smiles at me, an excited gleam in her eye. Hmm. エピゲノムを3次元に展開して準安定状態の分子が並んだ時、光合成で量子がコヒーレント状態となり非マルコフ過程が見られた時、異なる種が時間の経過とともにハウスドルフ次元で非線形システム的な変化が見られた時、こういった一つ一つの瞬間にロマンを感じるのよ。You know my life. Ela is watching from the side, a proud smile on her face, like a parent watching her young one, showing her talents.
言いたいことわかるかしら？
I shake my head.
私には
I'm not equipped with the vision to perceive the outside science like you could see. Your insider knowledge is far beyond the scope of what I can understand.
ものが見えるのでしょう。ですが
However,
私にも
I have a few friends involved with science. I can see the light of reason shining through you, and the fruits of your illumination benefits us all.
未来を切り開いていることを実感しています。
Wait, Commander, you smooth talker.
私の言ってること理解不能で無価値だと思わないの？
それを大衆
It's my job to convey technical and scientific content in any way that's easily digestible by the masses.
科学者を相手
When
に
dealing with scientists, we should not try to interpret what they say through the lens of reverence, but in the view as equals to try to understand the visions with their hearts.
科学は
Technology
夢を叶える手段
means
でしかない。
means realizing the vision, and gesturing the vision is the only standard
基準となる
should be judged.
あなたは
This-
植物そのもの
My guess will excite you to plant themselves, but they can do. The sheer change they can bring is the world. Am I wrong?
その
Thank you.
やっと私を分かってくれる人が
Oh, this is so sweet. This is gonna go selfish thing for her. No,
正直な感想を述べた
that was just simply what I felt.
この研究を始めてから便乗しようとする人間が後を絶たなかった。兵器開発に利用するもの、果ては家族まで私を客寄せパンダとしか扱わなかった。
That's what's happening. So they're using she thinks she's preventing him, but the research is actually happening.
グループやお父様の力にはなりたい。でもあの人たちの目には利益しか映っていない。私の夢なんか。
Oh, there's an undeserved fragility in her voice, but she immediately recovered from her former pride.
でももういいわ。理解者がいなくても私はここまで来れた。
Oh. Overhead leads me into the isolation chamber. Then she pushes a button inside, which seems to activate some kind of device. However, there's no visible change to the outside of the chamber activation.
コーラプス粒子を放出して室内の放射線量を上げたわ。
Oh.
思ったより薄い反応ね。今までの人間だったらさっきの話を聞いた瞬間に逃げ出すの
Huh.
に。
鈍感な
Is it because I'm not as sensitive to radiation?
そう変な人。
Ha!
でも安心しなさい。ここは安全よ。この私がそんな自殺行為するわけないでしょ。
The instrument displays isolation chamber indicate the equipment are normally under her operation.
お嬢様、実験を長引かせるとこの後の予定に響きます。もう心配しなくてもちゃんと
I know my
時間を見て
limits.
るわ。
You know your limits, yet you can't make coffee. Never mind. Ego doesn't press the issue. Instead, she stands silently in silence, remaining vigilant, ready to respond to any potential dangerous situation. I look at the plants and test well. After being exposed to radio particles, the leaves slowly open and buds emerge from their stems. This is followed by the buds blooming after another, revealing the flowers that look like they came out of a fever dream. The colors of petals are like sprinkled rainbows, changing the angle of observation. The instruments display indicate the particles density are falling as the flowers bloom. Just as the flowers fully bloom, Aura presses another button. It looks like the energy collecting devices. The moment she presses the button, a flare of light fills the greenhouse. Flowing with holographic display comes to life. It contains a shift, like showing off the development process for a large city. The scene goes from a set radiating rules a series to a rise feeling skyrocketing from the ground. Dense and green, forest spreading buildings until they cover the entire globe.
見た？これが楽園計画の導く
So it actually does purify.
今見たホログラムデモンストレーションで消費した電力は1メガワット時。すべて植物が
So
放
it
射線を
converts.
吸収して
Oh,
生ま
okay.
れたエネルギーよ。 私が作った品種は地中の装置を介して直接発電施設とつながってるわ。
Oh, so it's basically just it's kind of like radiation but solar powered.
運用規模によって畑の面積を調整すれば、その地域のコーラップス電子を電気に変えられるってわけ。
That's cool.
楽園計画が順調に進めば、リビウ周辺の実験畑だけでも毎日5000メガワット時の電力が賄えるわ。それがどういうことかわかるわよね。
Means the plots can supply entire power demand for all Viv.
そう。私の研究はエネルギー分野に革命を起こすの。成功した暁には私を嘲笑った年寄りたちがこぞってひれ伏すに違いないわ。
As I listen to the explanation, I'm reminded about processes from molding powders technology. But if this is a recreation technology to use, this so-called Project Eden doesn't seem particularly harmful. But is it really all? Is everything she told me really the truth? Doesn't seem to realize my suspicions and continue speaking.
今公表されているのは第一段階、すなわち植物による放射線除去。
How's this going south?
でもいずれは新しい生態系を築いて、リビウの再生どころか世界中の環境改善も夢じゃない。汚染エリアのコーラップス粒子濃度は大幅に低下し、グリーンエリアとホワイトエリアのエネルギーコストも削減されるわ。私がロレンを本当の楽園に導くのよ。見くびった人も全員見返して。
I love that.
そしてフランクフルトに戻っ。
Seems I realized she made a slip of tongue and fall silent.
そういえばあなたはフランクフルト事件の生き残りらしいです。
I remember that you mentioned in a certain interview that you were present during a Frankfurt incident.
留学先だったわ。そこであの事件に死ぬかと思った。でも幸運にも生き延びた。
そんな辛い経験をされているのになぜ戻ろうと思うのですか？
Yeah, why do you want to still go back? Yeah.
あの時見たのよ。お嬢様。
Just as he was about to stop speaking, her computer suddenly rings. She frowns and glances at it, but in the end she turns away back to take the call.
かしこまりました。どうしたの？
What happened?
申し訳ございません。緊急な用事です。またグループで何かあったの？いつも肝心な時に。イグラは私の助手なのに。シルロビグ様直々のご連絡です。急を要すると。シルロビグ。
That's interesting. The thing I'm noticing is she doesn't want to leave her side. Because you can see that, huh? Her expression softens a little when she hears the name.
じゃあ仕方ないわね。よろしく伝えといて。はい。他の助手に本日の予定を伝えましたので、私がいないからといって許可なく実験を行ったり、部外者を奥のエリアへ案内しないでください。分かったわよ。子供じゃないんだから。
Bye.
何かあればすぐ私にお知らせください。何があっても。
That is so weird. Okay, so there is a deep connection between these two. Because she didn't try. Okay. There's clear worry in her voice, and it's in her eyes. Apparently, she looks at her.
分かった分かった。早く言って。
Ayla turns and looks at me, and feigning gentleness is gone.
編集長、本日はありがとうございました。
Lines that should not be crossed.
部をわきまえた行動をお心がけください。お嬢様の身に何か起きれば、すぐ私の方に連絡が行きます。くれぐれもお忘れなく。
Saying so, Igla bows, then turns to read the strides away.
やっと言った。イグラにはお世話になりっぱなしだけど、時々本当にうるさいのよね。
ところでシルロビグ
いや、who is she?
何者ですか？
ああ、グループの科学者兼私の友達よ。
Other shrugs and doesn't linger on the topic.
さて、イグラもいないし、好きなだけ喋りましょう。
Relax. She's even bumps her fist of excitement. It's like a young one who's finally escaped her guardian. After turning off the equipment, I exit the lab. Talking to you is so much fun, I lost track of time. Oh, this will become your itinerary. I like her. I really hope nothing bad happens to her, but knowing our luck, probably. Don't worry about it. Yep. Aww.
そうだ。記事が公開されたら SNS の反応を集めて送ってくれる?
When you post an article, you can help me gather opinions of product.
イグラに SNS を使うなって言われてるから。
Oh, wait.
持ってないのよね。
Hold on, sorry, just something's happening. Okay, sorry, got distracted. I suddenly feel guilty about it. Meet her gaze. While the interview is an important part of the hearing process, the fact remains I'm still lying to her. Aw. All you do now is try to learn Shibesa, finally and completely dismantle the Parada's scheme. Speaking of Paradas, based on my conversation with her, she doesn't seem to know anything about Paradas, and her understanding of it remains at an applicated level. Her answers to my questions today seem sincere enough. Based on her performance today, she doesn't strike me as someone who can give a false pretense. If she really telling the truth, then Paradas is using her research to control events from the shadows. I find myself at a loss over whether I should believe what she said. May I ask you one last question? This is my lab ability. I'll answer. You ever run into bottlenecks? You mean... Let me get this out of the way for it. I'm not doubting your abilities. It's just that the scientist as younger herself being confident in a large project for a breathtaking feat. All further experience suddenly turns away. She bites her lip and looks like she's continuing her answer. Anyway, understanding. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm getting messages right now. It's distracting me. Ah! Do you want me to? Overhead hesitates. The fleeting weakness before it gets vanishes against Lee. It's true that I received. Do I work alone? Oh, okay, so she's very insincere.
信じてくれないかもしれないけど、私
Open pause again, then take the break for continuing.
真理を見たわ。
Wait, what?
真理。
ええ、あの時目の前に真理が広がって、今私が理解しているすべてがあの時見たものなの。やっぱり変よね。今のオフレコでお願いね。
わかりました。
I understand. While I don't quite understand what she's trying to say, I nod immediately, then begin packing up my pair of leave. However, Open picks up the moment to speak again.
あのさ、昨日の記者会見の後、お父様が電話をくれたわ。普段はイグラに伝言を預けてばっかなのに。
すみません。
I'm sorry, was it because I...
私の件で。
違う。今はロレン政府の対応に追われて、私
Time to worry about me.
時間はない。じゃなきゃとっくに何か理由をでっち上げて、あなたを逮捕してたわ。脅かすつもりはないの。それだけリスクがあったのに、あの場に来てくれたことを感謝しているの。あなたと話して、初めて誰かに理解する気持ちを知ったわ。
I hope we get... shit, something's not gonna happen to her. They're building her up too much. Nah, no, you're gonna play with us, Shift. No, not Shift, I'm sorry. You're playing with us, girls, Frontline. Nah, I play Nikkei. This is too much of a... I'm so innocent. Nothing bad's gonna happen to me.
今までずっとグループが当てたスポットライトの中で生きて、若き天才科学者を演じてきた。ジラードグループの信用が失われた時の看板になるのが私に与えられた役目。もちろん一族の人間として当然の責任よ。お父様は全てを与えてくれた。研究所だってグループが出資したんだから。でもたまに思うのよ。ジラード家の令嬢じゃなくて普通の人として生まれて普通の科学者になった方が幸せなんじゃないかって。あの記者会見であなたは異質な存在だった。ああいう風に近づいてくるのは大抵企業スパイとかだから。
Might do something.
でも直感であなたは信頼できると思った。その私たちどこかで会ったかしら。
ないと思います。
そう。じゃあ私の勘違いね。とにかく今日のことちゃんと広めてよね。
はい、必ずいい記事にします。
I will do my best writing the article.
みんなに本当のあなたの姿を届けます。
That way everyone will understand the real you.
ありがとう。でも私は同情なんかいらない。みんなに私の研究の
I hope we, like, Commander does find a way to actually publish an article for her. Because even though this is gathering, it would be kind of cool if he figures out a way. Before leaving, I bid farewell. These waves and watches me leave. While I still find it hard to trust anyone at the moment, I'm starting to believe they're truly unaware of Parada's plans. My next task is to contact Leva and the others, share what I know about Nampa, and let them contact more depth investigation. As for the little lady, I hope her one day wish comes true. The stand-in says I was coming outside the layout leaves. There, the draw group vehicle has picked up outside the parkway area. Something about Lady Orphans that I mentioned bothers me. From the said about her, she sounds like a pretty important figure, and she's involved in Project Eden to some extent. Most importantly, I don't think anyone could get away from her side, especially since I, who did not trust, would be with her. Assuming she really is innocent, this could... Hang on, there we go. Could be the one pulling the strings? What if she's been the one manipulating us behind all the time? In that case, the complete innocence would make sense, right? If so, then the place must be suspicious. I can't just let a good chance slip away from me.
2班にイグラの追跡をしてもらえないか。
Yeah.
ええ、もうそうしてるわ。
To follow her.
よし。
Then
じゃ
well.
あこちらは。
待って。2班から報告。武装勢力がここに接近中よ。
What? I can see the silhouettes of many people building windows. Intense gunfight being heard from in.
クルーガーさんの言った通りか。狙いはあのお嬢様だな。2班は攻撃準備。
了解。
Save her! Darn it! Looks like they've got some nasty firepower. The enemy squad is well prepared. Engage with caution. All right, girls, you're in there. Let's go. Mm.
避けないんですか。怪我しますよ。今のうちよ。目標沈黙。交代するなら今のうちよ。配置完了。射撃準備。
Perfect. Okay, you know what? Oh, I like this. Okay. Save her! Go save her, please. Save her, please. Please? Can we save her, please? I would like her to save. The heavy metal door is still shut. Heading outside, the glass are outside. Inside the lab, all it sounds like humming machines and spacious interior. The faint air, blended with unique equipment. The atmosphere is choking. In the center room, especially chair, metal ironized them. The cover barriers indicator lab. And they've surfaced some kind of material like cold and hard. Alva has been stripped of all her equipment and found her in the chair. Her head is lowered by eyes dark. She's currently shut down. Cables of various pleasure surround her. A huge monitor display is complex of weight of waveforms. Several lab-core dolls researchers are working on around Alva. They all have received extensive sophisticated biometric general customization, so their expressions look extremely lifelike. However, the way their fingers fly across humanity is difficult to hide. From time to time, they will glance at the data of the big screen and frown. They are encountered some problem. One researcher carefully adjusts the cables from Alva, ensuring their good connection equipment. Another researcher carefully data screen, constantly taking notes. Yet another researcher holding a tablet PC, expecting actually playing a game. Click. Suddenly, the sound of heavy metal opens shatters the lab silence. Ayla tries to is even like a society of gentlemen entering the grand theater. Her gaze coldly sweeps the room, intently locks the room with the researcher who solitaire around in the corner. Her lips curl and almost at the table of disgust, but she maintains her composure. Is there really a need to dress up the miniature doll and have them act out this charade? Why are you alive? In response to Ayla's question, the figure slowly rolls out the shadows and swivel chair. She has a cup of hot coffee in her hand. She's stirring the other. The murky coffee so much is particularly solid. Her she's a doll. Her eyes wide, but I have idea in them. So it's you.
引き剥がしただけの理由、終わりなのでしょうね。
Yeah.
まあまあ、そんな怖い顔しないでよ。
She tilts her head and finishes the coffee in one gulp, then spits it all out back out.
むずっ。何の茶番ですか。私の尊敬してる人の生活スタイルを真似てるんだけど、ちょっと砂糖入れすぎたわ。そこのここ掃除して。
A marionette doll steps from the side and cleans up the floor. She chuckles and puts the semi-filled mug back on the table, then kicks off the ground and sits spinning chair revolving until she gets dizzy.
ごっこ遊びも結構です。用事がないようでしたら、ここで失礼させていただきます。お嬢様は大事な客人の対応中です。一人にさせたくありません。
Despite Eagle's polite tone, the annoyance in her eyes is growing. She walks slowly to the center of the lab. Her gaze locks in the bulb Alva. She expected an exquisite but flawed work of art.
相変わらず堅物なんだから。あんたのその顔、うちの猫が怒った時とそっくりだよ。
Sheila laughs the whole way, even jumping out, hoping to skip in the making of the claws. Okay, I'm not leaving this on auto because I can't read that fast. I'm going to change the text speed.
早くしてください。お嬢様が待っているんです。お嬢様、お嬢様。いつもそれ。
No, Mistress Tess, I mean. Okay.
焼いちゃうな。
You I hate you. I hate you. Why do you use that? I use that line so much. I'm so jelly.
まあ簡単に言うと、この子へのハッキングは失敗。もう目も当てられないくらい大失敗。メンタルは完全にロックされてて、107通りくらいの方法を試したんだけど、全部ダメだった。これが噂に聞くパンドラコードってやつ。10年経っても解読されてないとか。これだから天才は嫌いなんだよね。とにかく直接接続によるハッキングは不可能。はあ、やだ。そんな集体をわざわざ晒すために私を呼んだのですか。
Just to tell me that?
だってこうなったら第三世代人形様の力を借りるしかないじゃん。ジラードグループにあんた以上に電子戦に強い人形はいないでしょ。あなたを助ける義理は。
It is clear coldly the Chevron, who responds with a great annoying smile, rubs their hands together.
お嬢様の楽園計画がうまくいくために決まってるじゃん。反逆があの箱を奪ったということは実験に使える情報が詰まってるからかもしれないでしょ。ならきっと役に立つって。やっぱりそれだけじゃ納得しない？
Eagle lightly adjusts her cuffs, her slender figure. Her movements are simple, but they're chilling in pressured time.
彼女を起こしてください。本当に？じゃあ起こしちゃう。
Who are you reviving? Her eyes light up as she suddenly closes up the Eagle, who somewhat resembling her surprised face.
何をお考えになられているかは知りませんが、私には関係のないことです。ひどいな。私の行動は全部オルフェルーネのためを思ってのことなのに。ま、私にもメリットがあるのは確かだけど。
Eagle does not answer. She only rests the cable of her own access port.
気をつけてね。防壁の突破に失敗したら、この子自壊しちゃうかもしれない。
Oh, that's lovely.
そうなったらお手上げだよ。操作を始めてください。
Eagle's tone doesn't change, but she's undeniable authority in her words.
時間は等しく平等です。私もあなたも。無駄にする余裕は。
Your time aware that time is not on our other sides.
オレクのじじ、あんたの動きに気づいちゃったんだ。思ったより頭いいじゃん。
Yep.
もしあんたのやろうとしてることに気づいたら発言にはお気をつけください。はいはい、イグラ様最高、イグラ様は世界一。
As her head hop action shows she cooperate, her eyes bright even brighter. In response to acquaintance, she dressed up the human without command, as though she had hesitation delays. Wow, I can read. The follow procedure meticulously and clicks the switches how many repairs rejection. Each direction. Electrical current flows. She relentlessly struggles and groans in pain. However, the bindings in which secure plays are unable to move. The awakening process takes some time. As Alva slowly opens her eyes, her blurry vision suddenly becomes the clarity. After saving her from most writing, she turns to the dolls. Now put in place, there are flurry moments replaced by various stares fixate on her. She does not. Oh wait, Alva! Oh! That Alva. If it's who I think it is. Yeah, upon seeing her, Alva suddenly relaxes and smiles. Igla raises her eyebrow unpresently, then her soul expresses surprise. She grabs Johnson and walks at Alva, who all in her eyes. Is that who I think it is? Yep, okay, yep, she's here. Okay, I was like, wait, okay, right. It's like, who's Alva? Oh, that Alva. Oh. Alva's tone is calm, but with the untrue mockery in it.
私のメンタルへのハッキングに失敗したんだろう。成功していたら私を起動させたりなんかしない。
Ayla's eyes flash coldly.
そしてお前がここにいるということは未だボイマスティナを捕らえられずにいる。それどころか、居場所すら見当がついていない。じゃなければ唯一彼女に対抗できる戦力なのに前線から離れるわけがない。私なんかよりボイマスティナと話ができないのか。
She pauses and then continues.
ボイマスティナの捕獲も私に対するハッキングのいずれも失敗した。内心相当苛立っているはずだ。
Io chuckles, her laughter isn't the melodies, but cold as ice. She approaches Alva and reaches out slightly, lifts her chin, feigning gentleness.
興味深い考察ですが、いい加減と言わざるを得ません。あなたは今、敵を挑発していい立場にないことを自覚していますか？これからあなたに起こることを、ぜひ楽しみにしてください。ははー、もうやっちゃうの
Everyone had moved behind Alva at some point. She claps excitedly and twisted glee twinkling in her eyes.
アルバちゃん、あんたが後でどうなるか楽しみだな。泣き叫びながら許しを請うのか、メンタルが崩壊するのか。
お前は
Alva's composure shows the earth's crack upon noticing her.
確かあの時
死んだはず？なんなん。でもそれより自分のこと心配した方がいいよ。
Voice is filled with curiosity and excitement. She bends down and speaks into the Alva's ear, but she does not whisper, ensuring that or two. Wait, they were gonna go here. Shoot.
イグラって普段は超真面目だけど、結構えぐいからね。きっといっぱい遊んでもらえるんじゃないかな。チルロビグ様、その辺でご容赦を。
Yeah. Igla tone bears a hint of warning.
もう私を苦しめることはない。
Yeah, I was gonna say, if she's a Gen 1 doll, no, she's been back from the Frankfurt days. It's gonna be interesting. Aubrey's surprised. Alva quickly gets her emotions under control and faces her Igla again. There's a look of what could almost be unreached in Igla's eyes as she gazes at Alva. She takes a step back, her hand gently caresses her cheek, and a gesture so tender yet to come from a lover, but it tends to chill down her spine.
強情な方ですね。ですがあなたの憶測に興味はありません。それよりもあなたのパートナーがあなたを離れて自由を得た事実に対して、 ずっと自分を足かせだと思っていたのでしょう。
Alva's only response is a scornful smile. For some reason, the smile ignites a nameless flame in England's neural cloud. She turns away, addressing Joe's voice and allows no refusal.
最終段階から始めてもいいでしょう。へえ、そうしちゃう？
They rubs her hands together in excitement.
この子のメンタルどんな形してるのかな。綺麗な箱？それとも星空？いや、迷路でもおかしくない。あー、楽しみ。
Ilo plays no attention to her antics. She simply nods and indicates that the dolls continue to work.
始めてください。
Several major dolls surround Igla. Their hands connecting the various cable access ports to Igla and open up. A massive amount of signal floods through Alva's mind, linking her vision. Alva struggles in the dirty lower might, but she can't break free from the bonds of her holds. For an instant, Alva's body twitches and shudders before her goes limp unconscious.
構成防壁がダウンしました。あとは好きにしてください。
え、もう？
長くは持ちません。やるなら早く。
オッケー。
Alva briefly waves her hand, her eyes brightly shining as she approaches it, admiring her exotic treasure.
植物もいいけど、私は人形のメンタルをいじるのが大好きなんだ。まるで埋められたお宝を掘り起こすようなこのワクワク感がたまらない。科学の発展に貢献する気になったらいつでも声かけてね、イグラ。
その情熱。もっと有効
In the right
活用できる
direction.
場所が見つかることを願います。本来なら一刻でも早くお嬢様の元へ戻るべきなのです。ことの重要性を踏まえ、これから起こることを見届けさせていただきます。
Eagle walks over to the control panel and sets aside the lab and sits on the high chair, her poised posture perfect. It's like Alva.
イグラがここまで重視してくれるなんて余計うずうずしちゃうな。
She looks at her impression, but like in her eyes.
勘違いしないでください。これも計画を順調に進めるためです。
もういつになったら信じてくれるの？
Shows before I smiles her face. Naturally, she's going to take good care of the. In fact, she's special dream ready for Alva.
成果を期待しています。
Turns to Alva. Her hand eyes gleam with observant light.
さて、どうしよっかな。
Her heart lurches as though it's going right through her chest. Alva wakes up and she remembers she doesn't have a heart in the first place. She breathes grow right. Her body gets in the cold sweat. She feels a chill around her time. With nothing but her, she constantly reaches to touch her eyes. Or is she blind? She reflexively attempts to move forward, but her field is oppressed by a void. No wonder exerted her strength. Alva realizes that she's being hacked at this point. And the moment she realized that, surroundings suddenly feel a burst of noise that approach her rapidly, as though it's lost Alva's presence closing in on her. She reflexively reaches out her hand out to block it, but the next moment goes apparent. Thousands of VODs are rushing at her like a flood, horde, extending her far reaches. Top free fall in. Well, this is going swimmingly for her. Moments of big things. Alva randomly tries to bring her gun out to shoot back, but she finds her hands empty. And the moment confusion. She is swept by the tide of monsters, carry away the reeds and flood. She struggles all her might, her steady fingers ripping limb after limb away from the LD's bodies. However, the endless LDs feel no pain and eventually gain the upper hand. Her frame is gouged and open like claws. Her circuits are slashed apart. There is a poor system in charge. Please. Alva can feel her vision going dark once again. This time it seems foretell her imminent demise. Her limbs slowly running out of strength. She doesn't know if the power surge or because her CPU is on the verge of crashing. She opens her mouth, but she can't make a sound. The creatures bury her into the abyss. She doesn't feel pain, only growing fatigue. She's getting a little tired. Just as Alva's about to doze off, a mighty force suddenly grabs her arm and pulls her out of the ALD horde. Before she reacts, she hears the sound of gun cover above her head. Right after he feels any of her thruster in the hands of the fire poker. She stares at the person who handed it to her. Wait, what? Wait, what? Who is she? Wait, is this still hacking? What? What is going on? Wait, I thought she was being hacked. Did somebody go save her? I doubt it, but we'll see. I didn't get a picture of that though. I should have got a picture of that. I'll get a picture of that later. Alright, let's go to the next one. I sticky choking darkness. Yes! Wait, I think somebody saved her. Feel right now. It's so she's around her swamp, unable to breathe or move. Wait. Not any chewing. The LREs. They aren't usual LD creatures, but human-based infected, surging like over flood. Alva has never seen a variety of LDs before. Yet the monster before her eyes say forms like a beast appear of the terrifying presence. Lights have arm might. Her guns speed fire, bringing all the LDs after. However, more LDs meet her, and they're endless. Alva can feel her bullets hitting them, even the charger open door. However, these monsters appear to have no fatigue or pain. There's far too many of them. I probably says to help this field on the crowd. Performer says that she's nothing matters, driving her to lower her gun. At the moment she rebukes her, her frame shudders as she frantically reloads and starts shooting once again. Should you move? Aim ready from all her cover, and Alva sees her fully. Her hair tied up and she barking orders while firing a gun. In other words, she's just the same she used to be. Every magazine, she throws her weapon at the oncoming tide and push shoulder, angling her. Angel retreats Alva and immediately follows her. What is going on? Alva, the LDs have already swamped their previous position. Alva presses the data revive station and explodes routes. Away with searing heat watches over, then the dust flying. What are we? Energy and Alva run over the platform rail lines, extend as far as that direction, but there's no train carriage within the station. Monsters fill with everything. They emit rallies as the station closes in. Alva looks down her weapon. All she has left is a fine magazine already loaded in a rifle. Meanwhile, ING pulls out her MP433, her waist, and a combat knife before firing bitterly at Ava. What is going on? These flood the train station. Then they arrive. Alva mounts her bayonet and lays oil on my disgusting fluid lends through the air. She stabs and slashes cleans coldly. We're attacking Angie. How is Angie doing? Lady thinks back at the one person required most protected spread restoration. Project sound. It's certainly not a lack of trying, but at any moment they managed to round off the thoughts of the LD horde. Her veil feels dry and painful, as though someone is strangling her. The only thing she leaves her mouth is a weak expulsion of air. She desperately opens her mouth, but all she manages to inhale is choking air. She sees Angie. Angie is standing close by, facing away from her, struggles valiantly against ALDs. However, it's simply too many LDs. There's endless tide, waves after waves in sight. One of them pounces from behind. The shark is exposing her back. Invades it, but starts from her side, surrounding her. What is going on? Movements begin to slow down, and the gun in her hand opens up an empty chamber. All her strength willing to transfer her stuff. Her body bears several wounds. Her flesh blood oozes from them. Alva wants to rush over, but the LDs have surrounded her as well, at the point where she can't step forward. All she can do is watch her horde slow up energy, powerless to help. This paralysis is very familiar. A huge LD throws herself at energy and knocks her to the ground. Alva replaces her, reaches the gun in her waist, but it finds nothing. All at the same time, she sees an empty pistol on the ground. It's in for 10 years. Follows her, pierced deep in her body. Blood stains from her clothes. It's more object components exposing the dull synthetic skin torn apart. Legally, Alva can also see what's looking at her. While her eyes are filled with refusal to accept the fate, there's no fear or despair there. Her lips are moving slightly, as though she's trying to tell Alva something. However, Alva cannot make what she's saying. All you hear are the roars of the monsters. F all of a sudden. They're almost deafening. Wait, she kicked it out of the way? Rain horn actually thunderous in the station. She also hears a machine gun from behind her. LEDs around her collapse on the ground. Wait, you? I've seen pictures of you. Aren't you? What? The doll with a machine gun wings, but her weapon never stops firing, cutting down mob after mob LEDs. Her smile is mysterious as Alva remembers, but after learning the full truth, she realizes that there's something else behind the mystery. Yeah, I was gonna say. And laying down the torrent of rust, but finally falls silent. She is out of ammunition. Alva feels a stabbing pain in her neural cloud. It's as though she's forgotten something very important. The train brake shrieks to the gauge and slowly grinds amidst the space. The door is a cabin suddenly flies on it, as though it's waiting for someone. Alva opens her mouth and asks what's going on, but she gets a chance to say anything. But suddenly raises her hand and shoves her on the train. Take care of yourself, dear daughter. She forces Alva, rolling on the train, and immediately closes up against the move. Rushes over the door, opens it, throws the glass. She sees the those who calls herself and will walk slowly towards Angela. Meanwhile, more LEDs rush towards them, and soon they are buried beneath the tide of corpses. No matter how right, she can't see them. What is going on? Wait, okay, so we know she's getting hacked. Is these the safeguards she's having that basically getting her to combat this things? Or we'll see. Huh? I'm too curious now. Also, I'm curious about something. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, but I'm way too curious about this. No, I'm like, wait, I can't. Right, that's how come I gotta check it. She woke up! Let's go! Alva's stats away. Her brilliant vision begins to focus. Her frame functions will quickly recover, and second before it gradually roars to the white spins. She is lying half-sealed capsule, and the cap are still connected to her access ports. This place is cramped. She is surrounded by icicle metals and the indicator lights. Her body is bound to the chair. She is able to move except for small head movements. The capsule is filled with a quiet hum. Upon closer listening, it turns out that the running noise feel anxious and unease. A wave of dizziness washes over Alva, and she feels the phantom pain of severed limbs that stimulate non-perception signals assaults her neurocloud. The signals are rather real, so the reals she's actually experienced a sense of weightlessness was her body no longer belonging to her. Therefore, it's activating all her biosensory feedback links, so her experience during the enhanced interrogation session is also close as human as possible. She's even experienced an ordeal level 2 as a human being would. All that manages destroy the present Alva. Her neurocloud is slow to chaotic, like being forcibly stretched to excessive input. It takes her near 20 seconds before she comes to her senses and starts thinking again. The outer offensive barriers of her neurocloud have been broken. The opposition is now flooding layer to layer with huge amounts of sensory data, simulating human-level torture-induced suffering. Its final attempt to overwhelm her barbarian logic. They're also attempting to overwrite Alva's original common process with large quantities of phantom signals, aiming to force her defense systems to self-destruct. However, these attacks have not been effective, and Alva woke from her nightmare. Alva falls silent. Had she awoken from the nightmare because of Algia or because of her? As she peers through the observation, Alva can see the spacious lab where she has been just a while ago. The researchers in white are working in the laboratories recording data. They don't seem to notice that she's woken up. Alva frowns because she sees Igla standing there in the middle of the lab. She doesn't need to know how long she's been unconscious. After all, there's no way to judge the passing time level 2, and her hero crime writer doesn't work anymore. Perhaps Igla is still here because she's only out for 2 minutes, or maybe it's been a full day. Has already been let from return. This is by no means an important matter. While Alva is partner, she suddenly sees a human shoulder running outside the lab. Her outfit looks very similar to those who shot earlier. There's an anxious, frightened look on his face, her forehead covered in sweat. Despite her panic, her walks are kind of the soldiers. However, it's obviously fortunate Alva is wounded even in distance. Ayla maintains her calm bearing and scene condition. She turns slowly, eyebrows slightly furrowed, and she studies the guard. The guard gulps and his throat physically swells, but he's pushing right away. Ayla frowns and spurts and ease as she already knows the news is not good. The new first squads is still carrying out the search. But he knows how to try it, but he don't avoid anything climbing next. But it's still terrifying. Her takes deep breaths and finally manages the courage to speak before he finally understands why he's here. Hearing the key phrase causing her to instantly lose composure. Fueled by rage or savagery, she sees the man in the collar around. The lab was attacked. Yeah, it was attacked while you're gone, woman. Yeah, we stay here. England's face turns, goes pale. She lets go of it. She drops to the ground amidst the fit, coughing. She forces herself to stay calm, but the anger warrior eyes her anyone. The guard doesn't dare raise his head to look at her face. He opens his mouth as though to speak, but he doesn't manage to utter single syllables. He heard rumors about Igla. Just as the guard is teetering the verge of panic, Igla suddenly reaches for her pistol or waist. It looks like it's been custom made in a blue light. She raises a blank expression in her face so that the guard can't react to it. By the time the guard realizes what's going on, eyes are resting in despair. However, Iglo defies everyone's invitation, turning to take aim to stand lazily in the chair. She activates a weapon, and a fireball runs to the gun's muzzle, preemptively on top, waits to disintegrate in the crimson mist. She doesn't even manage to cry out. Her fingers twitch slightly. Then she goes limp. Foul-smelling ooze from the head when they grow. The guard's eyes go wide as covers. Wait, what? It's not that he hasn't seen dead people before. My duty. But right now he is terrified beyond the closer rational thought. Alba observes all the blank look on her face. Iglo attraction, ruthless disease, but not surprising. Alba has already seen through Iglo's true nature from the start. After the collapse, there and adults milling around the lab. These all start to collapse lifelessly one by one other. Meanwhile, the device on the other lab suddenly comes to life. Looks like the capsule Alpha is currently by a silver exterior as in light. Wait! So she's... What happened? So you're... mocking. Her hair is down in oil, like someone spread out the butler, but a plane looks to the ground. As she says this, she snaps her finger and she performs a magic trick. In response, her signals several researchers like the one who clean up those who crowd. They begin clearing the courts and bloodstains. Their movements are swiftly practiced, as though they rehearsed this from time before. After carrying the corpse away, mopping up the blood, and re-waxing the floor, everything was back to how it originally was. It is as though nothing ever happened. The guard reassembles out of the lab in execution. After watching the guard jam away, Iglo turns to regard the brand new showing. Okay, wait. I'm a scientist and I swear that they... As the wisp smoke coils around the barrel of Iglo's gun, she takes aim again. Its muzzle is trained squarely under her head, and she looks like she's about to fire again in time. However, she doesn't seem the least bit afraid. All she does is shrug and mock innocence as madness twinkles in her eyes. So this was why she could appear again like nothing ever happened after defeating herself. Everyone follows her gaze back towards the source and realizes she's awake. She bats her eyelashes, opens her mouth parody and surprise, then tosses up a wink while twisted out playfulness. Alvo coolly meets her gaze. Resurrection, is it? What a disgusting technology. Iglo narrows her eyes and studies her. She takes note of the latter antics, but she doesn't seem to care about them. Yeah. Then turns the face like a young one, her laugh flaring around the air. That affects her looks fixation. Then she throws herself back into the chair and kicks her legs like a young one. Iglo's face turns pale and a moment of panic flashes through her eyes. Then she adjusts her jacket, holds her gun, and she moves regained her usual elusiveness. Her voice is calm again, but chilling she utters the most terrifying yes sound I'll ever be. She shoots wisely look at her before she priority leave the pathways. Her footsteps fade and vanish. All that remains is her wake of the gunsmoke stench of blood.
ほんと余裕ないんだね
You're one to talk, you revive yourself. After her leaves, she jumps over her chair and she spins around happily. She's putting on her soul lavender doll. Alba knows she's talking to her. However, she has no intention of replying. Over to Alba's hibernation. The hem of her lab coat drags on the ground, and her bare feet make a padding noise as she moves. I hear when she taps over the window and cranes her head, Alba's turns like apple.
まさか途中で意識が戻るなんてあんたのメンタル想像
So
より
halfway through, okay. She looks at Alba's amusement, her eyes wiggling like she's seeing the precious work of art or a beloved young toy.
普通の人形だったら3秒もすればメンタルがメルトダウンしちゃうのにそれをあんたは自力で抜け出しちゃうんだから実はさ
There's something, if you ask me, I think you're more than a third
第三世代人形っぽいと思うんだよ
than Georgia Ingla is. Alba looks at an actual researcher above her. Her heart is filled with revulsion and weirdness. She has no idea what this woman is up to.
オルログ財団の連中は揃いも揃ってボンクラだらけ
Has gone astray.
性能だけやたら重視してメンタルは個体を追うごとに
With each oh. So they get weaker.
強さが第三世代人形をたらしめる要素なら最初の第三世代人形は RO635 じゃなくて AK-15 になる
Or AK-15.
イグラはあの戦車ばかり気にかけてるけど反逆正体で一番貴重なサンプルはむしろ
Okay, so I was right. I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, because she just wants to fight.
サマンサ将はやっぱ天才だよ生涯の大半を軍事産業に費やしてきたのにいざ人形に転向したらあの
And you.
パンドラとあんたを作っちゃうんだからあの才能が羨ましいや
You're jelly a lot. The signs of following gloom. Before suddenly with a huge smile.
でもどんな天才でも死んだら終わり最後まで生き残った者だけが勝つんだよ
She indicates herself the right thumb. Despite her beaming smile, there's a frigid edge to it.
あの天才たちほどの頭脳はなくても私は真理に触れるまで生きるあんたはそのための布石だよあるだけ
Sarah bares at her teeth as a grin and she knocks on the opposite window like she's tapping a fishbowl.
さて続けようか大丈夫今回はちゃんと意識が戻らないようにするからあんたのメンタルに隠されたもの全部掘り起こしてあげるからね
Saying so, she stomps over to the control tower, shoves it work and begins operating to recharge herself. The council emits a low hum, now I'm going blurry again. Bulbs her once more. The last thing she sees before passing out was excited expression. And then she plunges into darkness. But this time she does not know she'll awaken again.
当然の結果ですね残念ですがあなたはここまでです
Continue. I thought we were done. We have one more. Okay, let's go. I thought we were done. I thought we were on the thing, but we got to continue. Oh! Okay, we're back here.
404の一番隊が暫定と交戦中そよ風小隊もここへ来てる
404に繋いでくれ
ええ
来るかい
Guy, what's the situation?
交戦中です敵の装備は強力ですが
Not by their affiliation.
生け捕りにしますか
Limit them as top right and gather as much information as possible.
了解ですが数は相手の方が
上です。オルフェルーネを狙って3回されたら止められません。
We'll take the young lady to a safe location first. Once we're under control, you move towards my position.
はい、指示を待ちます。
I cut the connection and turn the girls in Colfane.
ひとまず404に時間を稼い
Let 44 buy us some time.
コルフェンそちらの状況は
研究所の職員は全員逃げました。武装警備がいないんですね、ここ。
時期にジラード
Go to the area. People from the Iowa PSA should arrive soon. I tell them we need to get orphans to safety. Save her!
わかるか
We're in an experiment area on top floor just now.
あそこかわかった
He's there. Let's see. Let's move. Ready to blow up the firefight between the unknown forces squad for a rush to the rooftop through the glass door. Experimental says on way outside. An orphan has demonstrated experiment. A figure sits there, burnt. He's hung on their chest. I don't know who check the surroundings. No armed person inside. I stole my weapon and my clothes and set towards the figure.
オルフェルーネさん
あなた、どうして？
帰りの車に乗る前に煙が
Then when I saw smoke rising from the direction, so I rushed over them with everyone.
記者なのに英雄を気取らないで。
Have you noticed the two armed dolls behind me? Her tone is harsh, but panic and tears, eyes betray her true emotions. Her assist her condition. Though she traveled all over, she doesn't seem like external energy. Judging by her breathing, her internal organs likely weren't damaged by the explosion earlier. I extend my hand over things. After hesitating for a moment, she finally takes it and stands up.
研究所を襲った連中は
撃退され
They're
ま
being repelled for now.
撃退？でもここに警備は。
私たちが撃
But I
退
wanted to drive them back.
あなたたちが？
とにかくここは危険
This place is dangerous. We don't know when the attackers will strike again. You need to leave immediately.
冗談じゃないわ。ジラードグループの次期当主があんな奴ら相手に。
It's not, but it's fun type ducks, though.
それに貴重な実験データを消されるわけにはいかないわ。
Despite her tough words, it almost drops the half-size pile of data pads and dust tubes in her arms. She bites her lip, trying to shoulder everything on her own.
そんなこと言ってる場合ですか
Well, again, if they're destroyed, but if something happens to you, then things are really over.
終わるんですよ
Yeah, tell her.
私に何が起きるっていうのよ。私がこの
Her voice suddenly trails off. She's talking to herself.
この研究がなければ私はきっと自分を見失うわ。
あなたはまだ
Let's say that you're only
これからいくらでも巻き返せます
okay. I was wondering, I'm like, okay, so she's in her 20s. Wait, how did you know she's in her 20s?
フランクフルトで生き残ったんでしょなら今回
This is nothing. Over his eyes slightly, as though memory still stirred.
そうよ。ついでに研究所を一時的に移すのもいいかもしれないわね。明日のデモンストレーションは絶対に予定通りに行うわよ。
さあ
Then come with me. I signal Golfing and take hold of her. This time he obediently follows as Golfing starts moving. But just as we're away, intense gunfire below starts on another.
時間。敵は研究所に強襲を仕掛けるつもりです。
分かったできるだけ食い止めてくれ今からオルフェルーネを連れて
Yeah,
離脱する
please hold them off, girls.
了解。お気をつけて。
The firefight downstairs intenses further. Several rifle grenades flying through the rooftop.
ゼロ
I shield off as we dive toward the doorway. One of the grenades hits the chamber directly. The guards to force a blast. Orphan cries out. Her face strains. She tries not to show too much pain. I look down and realize that a shard of glass lodged directly in her leg.
コルフェン
Orphan picks up the parallab forceps and... sorry. She rinses the distilled water and has the emergency
も
treatment.
うすぐ安全な場所に着きます我慢してください
This but a scratch, but it doesn't bother me at all. She really said the line. Tis but a scratch. Even as she says this, is all save her. She bites her lip hard, as if ashamed of her weakness.
この建物に守りやすい場所はあり
They weren't easily defendable in this building.
正門は敵だらけ突破す
So
る
go
のは
out that way.
下に
Oh, there's an air shelter for emergencies.
わかりました
Take us there. We proceed with extreme caution towards the air raid shelter while it's being targeted by successive explosion attacks.
足大丈夫ですか
Can you walk on your leg?
平気よ。
All of us endures the pain for along the way, trying to remain maintain her pride.
フランクフルトの武器の方がよっぽどひどかった。
Okay, we got her with that.
あの時イグラはまだいなかったから、お父様が私
So no one could help me. It was my father. Orpha's voice suddenly wavers, both nostalgia and unease.
イグラはまだなの。どうしてこんな
Not be on my side at a time like this. Orpheus rarely shows such helplessness, but she clearly strains her back again.
いや、
I only need to protect her at a time like this.
次期当主いつまでも守られてばかりでは
Yeah, you got this. Hopefully. I look at her face, not quite sure how to feel.
あなたならきっと大丈夫です
Yes, I'm sure you can. After passing through long corridors and flight of stairs, we finally reached the air shelter she mentioned. During the journey, her injured jolster glimmers in pain, only to quickly force herself to straighten up each time. She then fumbles awkwardly quiet before pressing the button and opening the door to the entrance. Well, it still slowly ends. The Royal Elephant walks her side. As she closes the doors, I issue order to Group 2.
裏庭の防空壕に入った敵を近づかせるな
Round here and don't let enemy get close.
了解
On our right away. Oh, hello, everybody! Have fun. Okay, I'm wondering. Okay, so she's only helping out of spite.
私が終わらせる。浅畑の成功。交代するのが今のうちよ。
Ow! Rude.
私が
Bye bye. All right. Next cutscene. Yep.
指揮官
Man, the enemy is beginning to withdraw.
やっと諦めてく
They're
れ
finally giving up.
そのようには
Doesn't quite look like that. Wait, Monsoon reports the third gen dolls who left her have returned.
大人形が戻ってきました。
イグラ
She sure reacts quickly.
到着まであと
Now, she'll intercept our team's position. Come here. How should we proceed?
撤退だ
Let me explain. Do not engage.
避けたい
狙いはオルフェルーネに違いありません。
You're running to you, Commander.
私たちなら大丈夫だ
Maintain safe distance and observe the air raid shelter while we are here.
張っててくれ今のままではイグラに勝てない
We can handle right now. Don't engage her unless it's absolutely no other option.
了解いつでも動けるように対
Just trust us, girl. And right now, if it's what it's what I'm thinking is true, she'll actually kind of start coming to her side, maybe? Because she'll see like, oh, wait, you actually saved my mistress. You didn't just leave her to the wolves.
ありがとう
Thank you. Over. The attackers seem to be withdrawn because they have also received news from Exilium's return. Something fishy is about the Draw Group having such up-to-date information about the situation within the research field. The emergency medical kits inside the shelter. Golfing takes and readjusts her wound. Alba nods and thanks Golfing, but it's still trembling. She clearly worried that enemy will make their way here. I step forward and reassure her.
もう大丈夫ですよ
Don't worry, the attack's
終
over.
わりました
あなたたちどうして武器なんか持ってるの？
そうですか
Ah, Jordan's a high-risk position. Knowing how to shoot with self-defense isn't that strange, right?
そういうものなの？
え
Mm-hmm.
えオルフェル
By the way, Miss Torres, the research facility has been ever been attacked before?
ことはありますか
いえ、
Never, not even once.
ここはずっと安全だったし、機密保持のためにグループ
Maybe the group's own security force knows about the facility.
それはおかしい
No armed security at all? Doesn't that find that strange?
どうして？
They'll say, why would we need armed guards for? So this attack was likely activated by recent events. Is the goal to destroy the research, or are they coming after the young lady? If the young lady is to keep here at Project Eden, there's certainly no shortage of forces who would want her gone.
指揮官離脱しましたイグラが研究所に入りました
You must be careful.
気をつけて
Hey, Egot, we're on our side.
あなたたち本当に記者なの？さっきからのやりとりどう見ても。
A sudden defense crash interrupts in mid-sentence. Open muscle. Twist open the steel door. Iglis appears in the doorway. Scabbers her waist to glance Stardew minutes. Over a gold pistol in her hand. Her posture immaculate. Not the doll who blasted through this door, but stepping in the open house. She'll raise her gun and almost wreck on my head. Step by step, she walks towards me.
ご観覧の最中に申し訳ありませんが、今すぐお嬢様から離れてください。これ以上お嬢様に不快な思いをさせるものなら強行手段に出ます。
Leo's voice is gently cold. At my single girls and call me, do not draw the weapons. I lock eye with the glove, refusing to bend to her will. Overhead's eyes glisten with joy. The composure she forced upon us completely crumbles. Leo steps forward. The sounds of her heels clear crystalline. She bows slightly left her chest and follows the gestures of courtesy. For the first time, her waves waver slightly, though her near-perfect voice doesn't change. Guilt flashes across her face and swiftly replaced by resolute restraint. She drops from one knee and her chest, performing a whistle with loyalty.
お嬢様の助手として耐え難い屈辱です。一番必要とされている時のおそばにいられなかった。
大げさよ。ただのかすり傷じゃない。どうってことないわ。
お強いのですね。この無礼者どもを追い払った後、傷跡が残らぬよう最良の処置をいたします。
Ego raises to the floor in fluid motion. She once again hers sends chill down my spine.
ファルベングループの回し者ですか。でしたら平和的な商談といきましょう。いくら受け取ったのかは存じませんが、ジラードグループはその10倍を出す用意があります。ホワイトエリアで一生遊んで暮らせるだけの金額なはずです。不満はないでしょう。
イグラ、誤解よ。この人たちに助けられたの。
お嬢様、どうか私にお任せください。
No, we did.
これは私の責務です。
Iglis tone remains gentle and courteous, and carries on mistakable flatly.
あなたはいつまでも高貴で純真であるべきなのです。そしてこういう不埒な輩の還元の真偽を私が見定めます。さて、お嬢様を解放する条件は、それともお嬢様の目の前であなた方を八つ咲きにするべきですか。
オルフェルーネさんの話を聞いてみてはいかがですか。
Yeah, you really should help. We didn't do anything.
私が信じられなくてもこの状況
And like the situation in front of you. Exactly.
もし襲撃者の味方だったら、あなたが来る前にオルフェルーネさんを連れて
Exactly.
こんなところに残る必要があるのですか。
お嬢様を助けるふりをして信頼を勝ち取るためとも考えられます。
What would even be the point? Yeah, why would I want to pretend to be a savior?
この人たちは命を懸けて守ってくれた。
Yeah.
それに私の人を見る目は確かよ。私が気に入ったのだから。
She's got a point. Ova lifts her head chin properly. Through the air and takes her clothes.
わかりました。
Yeah, girl, calm down. You may not trust us, but we're on our side.
お嬢様に免じて釈明の機会を与えて差し上
Yeah,
げました。
thank you for the love of Benji. Now we're getting somewhere.
なぜ武器を持った戦術人形が付き添っているのですか。編集長、研究所の外でこそこそ隠れているネズミもそちらの手のものなのでしょう。
She actually noticed the group too. No interference. I suspect she's not an easy opponent.
ファルベングループではないのなら非軍事勢力管理局かその他レベルの組織。
残念ながら
Wrong on all accounts. Ah, we're not.
では誰なのですか。
None.
私は自分の目的で動いています。
I do have my own agenda.
どこの勢力にも所属してい
You
ま
know
せん。
what? This is the one time. This is one of the very few times it pays to be a bounty hunter.
お嬢様、お聞きになりましたか。決してもよろしいですね。
でも
One reason I came over was because I heard this might be a risky attack. That's why I brought the dolls with me.
戦術人形を連れ込みました。そして事実、 彼女たちのおか
We
げ
will
で
attack the insurance office's
オ
safety.
ルフェルーネさんは助かりました。まさか私たちと襲撃者の違いがわからない。
Surely you can tell the difference between attacking forces and us, can't you?
もしかして最初から私を守るために
Technically, yeah, if I think about it. Yeah, they were like, look, we don't want her hurt. That was the whole point, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Yeah, we wanted to help you. In a sense. There's no change in orders of mind about this. Raises her hand and signals Eagle to stay her hand. As a Lieutenant, Eagle cannot disobey her order.
はい。それも目的の一つです。
A burning question.
本当に聞きたい質問
I ignore the airplane at me afterwards and I say from voice.
オルフェルーネさん。楽園計画の本質はおそらく
Need to mix your
発
eye.
表されたものとは違うのでは。
Ugh.
何を言ってるの楽園計画についてならさっき見せたものが全てよ
あなたは確か研究に
But another scientist, didn't you?
受けたとおっしゃいましたね。それは誰から受けたのか。
Who exactly is this other scientist? Eagle posture shifts steadily. A sharp edge. Alright, she steps forward half haste. The sound of her heels echoing through the shelter.
お嬢様にそのような質問にお答えする義務はありません。重ねて警告しますが、私が未だ攻撃を開始していないのは、
Hey, hey, hey!
お嬢様にちなみ
If she
に
answers-
光景を見せたくないからです。
I know she can't do this, but if Commander News, if she's thinking she could get out of this. Unlike her earlier demeanor, I instantly in her first time. I must hit a nerve.
指揮官、イグラの頭部に狙いを定めました。
Gugai's voice comes to the earpiece. I remain outwardly calm and decide to press on. But before I speak, Orphan begins her own.
大丈夫よイグラ隠すほどのことでもないわさっき少し喋ったし彼女は同じ植物学者よ前は遺伝工学を専攻してたけど、10
Oh!
年前から植物学に転校した名前はチルロビグ親友よネットで調べれば出てくると思う正直初めてあなたと会った時なんかチルロビグに似てるなと思ったの当時研究で壁に当たってどうしても
But I couldn't break through. Though I hate to admit it, I was stuck.
尺だけど
Huh?
その時
Here, right at the moment.
ボトルネック解消の他に新たな方向
Inventive solutions.
私の
He fully agreed with my philosophy and plan to lead humanity towards a better future.
完全に賛同してくれた
She
の
played you.
粒子変化の媒体問題もあの子
With
が
all the practical implications of the particle information cure, these flowers.
あの子には本当に感謝している数少ない
As
私のこと
over suddenly stops, I'm willing to continue.
とにかくシルロビグにはいろいろ助けられたのはい私の答えは以上よ
Over turns away from me. Her shoulders are trembling slightly. Her voice is lost her other edge.
次はそっちの番
Her voice quivers.
あなたが取材しに来たのは本当に私の研究に興味あるから
はい。
Yes.
でも編集長なんかじゃない
はい。違います。
Yeah.
ですが、研究には本当に興味があります。チルロビグもその一員かもしれません。
邪教
パラデウス。この名前。
Have you heard that name? Or looks to be amused. She glances at Igla, then slowly shakes her head.
私の知る限りだと、あなたが受けた援助。
Most likely from
パラデウ
Paratus.
ス由来の可能性が高い。
パラデウスあのドイツで有名な
あれは汚染エリアで何千何万という人間を
They also satisfy
人体実験を
ambitions.
繰り返してきた邪教です。昔滅んだはずなのですが、
But now they've
また
resurfaced.
復活しました。そして人体実験の成果がその技術援助につながる。
Yeah.
嘘よ いい加減なこと言わないで。
エピフィラムのことを思い出してください。粒子の媒体となる植物など自然発生するわけがありません。あれは何者かが明確な意志を持って作ったものです。
Yep.
そんなことができる。
Who would do such a thing? Where did those plants come from? Do you truly not know anything after all?
本当に何も知らないのですか？
Orpha stares at me wide-eyed, then looks away, as if all for her to be completely uninformed. She tries to deny it, but her nature won't allow her to lie.
そこまで。昼食のお時間の前にお嬢様の食欲を削ぐ存在は抹消せねばなりません。
Igla points her gun at me.
編集長、まずはあなたからです。
待って。
Orpha struggles to her feet, raises her arms and sets between me and Igla.
お嬢様、下がってください。
Panic sweeps through Igla's voice the first time, though she grips the gun remains steady.
聞いて、イグラ。あなたはずっと私のことを守ってくれて、私の代わりに全てを決めてきたけど、今回は自分で向き合う。
Okay, she's like, look, let me deal with this.
それくらいの勇気もなければ、世界を変えるだなんて少子千万よ。
There's no trace of force, arrogance in Oma's voice now. Only mixed determination and vulnerability. The hand trembles slightly, then she lowers her gun. Oma turns back and look at me.
チルロビグが邪教に所属しているかもしれないって話よね。人体実験なんて、そんなの許されていいわけがない。でもあの子からは植物学に対する情熱を感じたの。たとえあの子が悪い人でも、あの子の知識で研究
There's a substantial way.
でもそれは無数の悲劇の上に成り立ってるんですよ。
ええ、そうかもしれないわ。あなたの言ったことが本当だとしても、楽園計画が進めば世界中の人々を救うことができる。
Yeah, but my...
放射線に苦しむ人も、イエローエリアで生存が脅かされている人もみんな助かる。たとえ後ろめたい事情があったとしても、知識自体に善悪はないわ。でも私ならその知識をいい人のために使える。今日の取材で見たでしょ、放射線をエネルギーに変えられれば人々の暮らしを改善させるだけでなく、無意味な単純労働から労働者を解放することもできる。そうすればより多くの人が生産的な活動に従事できるわ。そんな世界が実現した時、果たして私の研究が悪だったと本当に言えるの？科学がどういう結果をもたらすかは、それを扱う人間次第よ。
あなたの研究
Maybe certain research will be used that way. Science may have no stance, but those who wield it do. When you can't control the power of science, bringing stance will...
逆に言うと、制御する術を失えば悪魔の道具になりうる。そして、
But it can never lead to the right destination.
結果は導き出せない。私はそれを見てきたんです。
There's something I've experienced personally.
フランクフルト事件の生き残りなら、
I know better than anyone what really happened. Once glass particles are gathered by the... can you truly control how they will be
あな
used?
たに制御できますか？楽園計画自体がすでに悪用されているとしたら、
どういうこと？
とある事件現場でバイオ
Evidence sealed in the culture tubes.
大量に発見されました。現場は非合法の地下実験室で、ポッドの中には
Instead, those containers were plants very similar to those in your research.
しているものと酷似し
Yeah.
た植物がありました。彼らは生き袋やブージャムの製造に使われていたのです。
Can be achieved in such a short time.
大量の粒子による被爆でなければ不可能です。そこにさらに粒子を集める技術が加われば、
Gems could be mass produced.
実現してしまうかもしれない。あなたの研究がどれほどの被害をもたらす可能性があるか理解
Or
していますか？
misuse.
それでも正しいと言い切れますか？
それは、そんなこと全然知らない。イグラは知ってるの？
Uh-oh. Overflow's voice trembles, her arms hanging in play at her side. She no longer tries to hide her confusion in fear of her sight frost fade. Yeah, you got caught!
先日ジラードグループ管轄の衛星都市で似たような事件が起き、ですがこの件はすでに非軍事勢力管理局に引き継がれたので、
つまり編集長の言ったことは事実なのね。
けれどそれがお嬢様の研究やチルドビグ様との関連性を示す証拠はありません。
Overhead clenches her fist, not daring to look at me. She turns to issue door Igla.
イグラ、命令よ。今すぐその事件のことを調べて、徹底的に。私の研究を悪用する奴がいたら。
今ですか？
ええ、そうよ。この研究はより良い未来へ導くためのものなのよ。
ですが、この者たちは
返してあげて。
それはできません。
どうして？さっきはお金を払って返そうとしたじゃない。
Yeah.
状況が変わりました。この者たちが技術援助の件を暴露すれば、
We won't.
研究は無に帰すでしょう。
We won't.
それがあなたの望む結果ですか？
Overhead turns her back, gathering courage to face me again.
もしあなたたちの目的が悪事を暴露することなら。 私は自分の研究がたとえどんな後ろめたい
Okay, I'm liking her a lot. She's like, look, I don't care. I'm doing this.
信じている。私の立場は変わらない。科学はあくまで道具であって善悪はない。私の研究は絶対に悪用させない。楽園計画は明日から正式に始まる。それを見たあなたが。
He's got a feeling Parades is gonna screw that up. Forces. She reaches out and is pointing the gun at me while speaking to lower weapon. But is now fragile yet resolute. No longer the high. Ah!
返してあげて。命を救われた恩をあだで返したくないわ。
Looks up and complex emotions flickering in her eyes. Instead, she nods. But it leads to Alter Igla. The research facility is now a team of members of our group in PSA. The duo bore gradually disappears in the distance, far behind. Parsons group. Okay. I got a bad feeling she's gonna be SOL, then that's gonna suck. 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 So we're gonna go to 2.4 and we're gonna see how it is and we're gonna check it out. Pop! Slumbering Lion. After the advent of the research facility dealt with, Igla calmly steps in the laboratory where Alva is confined. Her footsteps strikes the marble precise. Rhythm clicks, each step carrying an undeniable authority, yet landing with the lightness of the ballet dancer pointy. Why is Igla? Huh, okay, we'll see. She is still wearing nothing but a loose lab coat. She is still barefoot on the swivel chair, spinning happily, a cup of coffee in her nearly drowned in syrup. Her smile is dazzling to the point of being unnatural while cutting up madness glint in her eyes. She lazily swings her legs in the faint curves of her body beneath the lab coat, forming a stark contrast to the laboratory's solemn atmosphere. Okay, well, you just lost all points, because, yeah, Igla inclines her head slightly, then suddenly lashes out Kit, sending the doll flying nearby straight into the wall with brutal speed. The metal wall cracks open on impact, leaving a human-shaped dent. The doll, dressed as a researcher, sticks to the wall as if glued there, limbs hanging limp like a mosquito slapped flat. The laboratory walls utter a groan under the strain. Is she actually fighting? She jumps to her feet, dramatically cupping her cheeks. Her eyes widen with excitement as she hops over to the deformed doll, tilting her head to admire the artwork.
いいね。こういうやつ当たりの仕方好きだよ。私の脳天をぶち抜くよりよっぽど面白い。
I think she's mad at you, girl. Just saying.
率直に申し上げます。
Yeah, I was gonna say, she's probably pissed at you. Igla calmly smooths her sleep. Her voice is velvet soft, but her gaze is glacial.
今まで再三強調しましたが、今回が最後です。私たちの協力関係にお嬢様は関係ありません。
Okay, but... She claps her hands behind her back and circles Igla like a curious little one, thinking aloud an excited flare.
どうしてまたいきなりオルフェルーネの話を？
Please tell me they found out. Was it you? Did you attack?
もしかして私とオルフェルーネの関係に焼いちゃってる？
Oh, right. Yeah, because she was like, hey, I know you talked to my girl. You talked to my master. Yep, there it is.
それとも私がお嬢様に何か悪いことでもしたから？
Probably.
あなたにそう呼ぶ資格はありません。
Yep.
そう。でもあの子はあんたの所有物じゃないよ。
Wait, what?
まあ確かに裏でいろいろやり取りしてたけどさ、それも個人指導のためだよ。
Okay, if you're tutoring her studies, this is gonna go south real fast. Even I know that.
でもやっぱりあの子は可愛いから、つい必要のないこともしてあげたくなっちゃうよね。
Uh-huh, yeah, you don't have ulterior motives.
何の話ですか？
Yeah, what are you talking about?
だから私もオルフェルーネの味方ってことだよ。
Bull!
それもこれも全部オレクのジジイが非軍事勢力管理局に尻尾振ったせいだからね。あいつはジラードグループをロレンに明け渡すつもりだよ。
Uh-huh.
あたしもといパラデウスがジラードに協力したのは全部オルフェルーネの研究のため。ついでにグループの再建
Yeah, you know. Bull. Bull.
オレク様の思惑通りに進めば、あなた方との協力は一切中止されます。
Hmm.
それ以上だよ。あの薄汚いハゲジジイ。保身のために私たちを売るつもりなんだよ。
Yeah? She suddenly stops and hops on the lab workshop bench, her legs swinging cheerfully in the air.
だからイグラあんたを呼んだわけ。あのジジイと違って頭いいからね。あいつに成り代わって管理局からジラードグループをオルフェルーネと協力関係守ってほしいんだ。
Uh-huh.
楽園計画明日からなんでしょ？
Yeah, it does. And if you helped with it, we're SOL.
あの子が10年もの間積み上げてきたものが壊されるの見たくないでしょ？
Igla makes no response. She walks forward slowly. She stops in front of her, inclines slightly, and gently places one hand on the surface of the workbench. Dang! The moment her hand makes contact, the surfer lets out a faint groan and collapses. The entire workshop splits apart, as if ripped from the invisible force. Documents, instructions, all copies spilling on the floor of a chaotic avalanche. Yet Igla herself remains utterly still, without so much as a wrinkle on her clothes.
この愚かでぶしつけな提案を飲む唯一の理由がお嬢様のためだということをお忘れなく。
True.
彼女を傷つけようものなら、あなたであろうとオレク様であろうと関係ありません。
Then you... Okay. But why do you have Parad as a symbol? Never mind.
あのさ、もうちょっと頭を使ってよ、イグラちゃん。
Oh, great. She nimbly hops off the shattered workbench, clapping her hands together as a manic grin spreads across her face.
私がオルフェルーネを傷つけるわけないじゃん。オレクと管理局の密約を
わざわざ
So it was
教えてあげた
you.
んだよ。
She leans close to Igla, her lips almost brushing against Igla's ear.
あのじじいが守りたいのは自分だけ。お嬢様なんか最初からどうでもいい人なんだよ。
Oh, what are you planning? She tilts her head slightly and stares at her without expression. In the next instant, the movement's too fast to see. She grips her by the throat and lifts her in the air.
言われるまでもありません。
Yeah? Her voice is ice cold. Her usual air of elegance has vanished entirely by now.
たとえオレク様にお嬢様を裏切る意志がなくとも、お嬢様をお守りするのは私です。
Huh.
そうだよね。
You can revive. Why are you even worried? She smacks at Igla's wrist in surrender. When Igla releases her, she drops to the floor.
だから一緒に楽園計画を完遂させることがジラードが返り咲く唯一のチャンスってわけ。
Uh-huh.
オルフェルーネは頭が良くて勤勉で夢が大きいし、何より超可愛い。だからこそあの子は計画に必要不可欠なんだよ。あんたが何百回私を殺したってそれは変わらない。それにもともとこれはあの子の研究だしね。
Uh-huh.
どうあがいても無関係ではいられない。計画のためにも私があの子を傷つけるわけない。理解した？計画の成就はお嬢様の宿願です。それについて反論するつもりはありません。
Yeah.
ただ、お嬢様は純粋な科学者であられます。彼女の研究はあなた方の道具ではありません。
Then why? Never mind. Perhaps swayed by her words, Igla has to ease slightly, but when it comes to Ophaline, she yields not an inch. She rubs her throat, rising onto her toes. She peers at Igla with an ominous gleam in her eyes.
そうだね。私なんかと違ってオルフェルーネはいい子だから。
Uh-huh.
でも考えたことある？
What do you mean?
楽園計画が実現すればジラードは新たな高みに到達してオルフェルーネも世界から注目される。そうなったらあの子の体に隠された秘密も知られちゃうかもね。
What hidden secrets? Igla Grace turns eyes once more at those words. Her posture remains flawless. Only the tension of her jaw betrays the slightest ripple of motion.
その無礼な発言の趣旨がわかりません。
She went.
はっきり言われたらいかがですか？
Yeah, you better say more clearly.
私は事実を言っただけ。真相は隠されるから面白いんだよ。
Uh-huh. She prances over to Igla, looking at the moment her powerful third gen doll with a smile, both innocent and dangerous.
この世にバレない秘密なんてない。パラデウスの知ってることは他の誰かにもいずれ知られる。
Mm-hmm. Give me 1 second here. I forgot to do something. I knew I forgot to do something. There. Just needed to do something real quick. We're back. Don't worry about it.
気をつけてね。それは脅迫と捉えてもよろしい。
Yeah, you don't want me threatening her. Ella's voice remains courteous, but her tone is chilling. Even the air in the laboratory seems to freeze under her words.
脅迫？そんなことしないって。
Not too far crew for you. She waves her hands exaggeratedly, then suddenly gives a rose somber. She presses a finger lightly against her lips, her eyes flashing sharply.
これはただの忠告。
What kind of a reminder?
私は楽園計画がうまくいけばそれでいいし、あんたはジラードグループを立て直せる。オルフェルーネは生涯。まあ、あの子の年でそういうのは早いけど、生涯を費やした夢が叶う。
Oh, you son of a. Hang on, sorry. I was meant to go. Hang on. There you go. Okay, I went to go silence my device to make sure, and I went to accidentally lock my phone. Anyway. Yeah, not for you, but not for Piranhas. Igla takes a slow, deep breath. Sorry.
楽園計画を完遂すること、あの子を守るためとか言って計画を中断するのは言語道断。今言ったリスクを回避する方法は簡単。あの子にスポットライトを当てなきゃ。あとは O43 をできるだけ早く連れてきてくれたら、私一人だけで楽園計画を進められるかもよ。
Okay. She flashes a radiant smile again, a shrewd glint dancing in her eyes.
そうすれば、お嬢様を危険なことに関わらせなくても済むじゃん。同じ科学者として、そんなことをするのは良心が痛むけど。
She shrugs dramatically and spreads her hands.
協力相手の気持ちの方が大事だからね。
Bull, you don't. There's a catch-22 to that. And you're gonna fall for it.
そんなことをして、あなたに何のメリットがあるというのですか。
あんたとの友情。それに秘密を知る人間は少ない方がいい。
She winks playfully.
でも、それもあんたの鬼ごっこの腕次第だけどね。
She sends the ball back to Igla's court to look at her expressionally, waiting for her answer. She gazes. Igla's gaze flickers. In the end, she says nothing. Her eyes torch. Are you kidding me right now? Hang on. Okay, good. I was about to sneeze, but we're good. Her eyes, especially hibernation capsule. So through the observation, Alva can be seen writhing in agony within the hallucination. Igla knows she is right. No matter what, capturing her and retrieving 043 are completely a mission she was given to start to remain her top priority. As for her, there will be time to settle the score later. The Ivory Castle in the career light flash instantly, alarms echoing as Alpha's narrow data registers extreme instability. Igla gently rests her hand on the castle's control panel and connects her own port to it. A moment later, she turns back to her and inclines her head slightly. Are you? Inside the castle, Alva's body convulses violently, as if enduring unimaginable pain. The pain that intensifies further due to Igla's connections. Igla, smooth as a hem of her suit, walks towards the exit, her footsteps still calm and measured. She watches as Igla retreat back, then turns to Alva, writhing the calves, her expression peculiar. Bull. She sighs, then beams brightly again. Hoping back in her seat, she picks up a fresh cup of coffee and gazes at the hibernation candle as though watching a performance. Hopefully we get to her in time, but we'll see. Anyway, the world is a silent place. Embers. Let's go. I'm gonna see how she might get out, because here's the thing. There's an interaction with her in the crew deck. So that would incline that she stays alive, right? Or maybe it's a past interaction. We'll see. Anyway. Well, then again, she has a neural backup. So even if she was defeated, it wouldn't really matter, would it? Because of the backup. I could be wrong, but we'll see. Anyway. Another battle.
「
Now, hopefully there won't be any audio issues because I think I figured out what the audio issue is, but we'll see. Alva jolts away, gasping for air, her body shaking violently like a drowning person finally breaking the surface. Sweat soaks through her clothes, clinging coldly to her skin, making her shiver. She looks down at the shivers playing at her drenched clothes into sleep. Something feels wrong, amazingly wrong, yet she can't quite put a finger on it. What? She places a hand against her soaked chest, feeling her heart hammering violently, as if it's about to burst from her rib cage. Its dull pounding echoes in her ears. Sweat? Heartbeat? She looks around dazed and realizes she's sitting upright inside the train. The train is moving at high speed through the window because you can see a crossing desert. Yellow sand stretches endlessly in every direction. Fierce winds howl, whipping the sand in the air, bloating out of the sky and turning the distant landscape at a hazy blue. The blazing sun scorches earth, filling the dry heat as it's trying to break everything alive. The ground is cracked and barren, and the blade of the grass is slight, a hopeless desolation, fissures crisscrossing the land like scars speaking an utter death. This scene is painfully familiar to her. She has wandered aimlessly through the world like this for a full 10 years. Countless battles, countless clashes, all gradually forgotten in the contamination zone. Why are you in this one? Voice sounds beside her, breaking the hollow silence. It is soft and calm, devoid of emotion fluctuation, almost like a red synthesized electronic tone. She is seated opposite of her, cradling a massive anti-material rifle. Even though the weapon's surface is rough and worn, it still reflects a harsh, piercing cold light. Alva remembers that back when it was first realized her specs no longer gave her an overwhelming advantage over everything, she sought many alternates. The rifle was one of them. Even so, in the desolate world, even holding such a weapon, her towering figure still looks small compared to the desert outside. Insignificant, lonely, forlorn, as if forgotten by the world. Alva's lips are cracked. She opens her mouth and started high her whole voice fails. She lifts her head and lets a quick sigh, trying to massage her temples to ease the stabbing pain. Only then does she notice her fingers are trembling slightly and her palms slick with sweat, the sticky and stifling sensation of deeply uncomfortable. She takes a deep breath and steadies herself, but at the end of handling more dust, activating more of a coughing fit. The image of Angie being swallowed by the tide of ELDs refuses to leave her mind, replying again, tormenting her. And then there is RPK-16. Why was she the one who helped her? The one who stayed by Angie's side? Okay, start it, sorry. Okay. Her trembling voice, filled with pain and guilt, breaks through as she might cry at any second. When Alva thinks of Angela, it's indescribable sorrow surging in her heart, like it being stabbed by a blade. Every time she looks back and remembers the first time they lost her, she can't help but wonder if only she had been more perceptive and discovered the problem sooner. If only she had to be a better job protecting AK-12, so that she hadn't missed the decisive battle. If only. If only she had been stronger. If only she had made the right choices. Maybe none of this would have happened. Maybe Angela would have been alive. Maybe Task Force F5 would still be whole. Maybe. But there's no maybes. Alva knows this. She is all too well in the world. There is no maybes. Yeah, but you're still under. She rarely has nightmares. Strictly speaking, she almost never dreams at all. That's right, she is just a doll. No matter how human-like, she's still just a doll. Dolls don't die, nor do they have heartbeats, nor nightmares. They don't sweat either. She stares blankly at her sweaty, sticky hands, her thoughts momentarily unraveling. As Alba freezes in confusion, 15 suddenly speaks, her voice cutting cleanly through her thoughts. Her tone is completely different from before, cold, sharp, as if she's becoming someone else.
AK-15
What's going on? Hang on a minute, I'm sorry, guys. What? What is the problem? My cat. Is trying to get attention. What is it? Alright, anyway. Sorry about that. That's what's attention. Are you just gonna blame it on— wait. Right, it's trying to— Alva's head jerks as she stares wide at AK-15, who is now on her feet, looming over, gazing towards the ruthlessly. Alva's pupils conjure tricks a shock. She can't believe her ears. She even wonders if she's still dreaming, or if she's fallen into another hallucination. Hallucination? There you go. As 15 looks at the shaken Alva, a smile so disturbed and utterly out of character appears on her face. No, it hasn't. At least she knows this isn't her anyway.
10年経った今、奴らは依然存在している。基地を一つ潰しても、新たに二つ作られる。私たちのしてきたことに何の意味がある？
Yeah, she. Rising higher and higher, the 15's voice trembles of rage, hatred, and despair. Even as Alva keeps telling herself this is only hallucination, her will still threatens to buckle.
どれだけの犠牲を払おうと、奴らを根絶することはできなかった。このままでは機能停止するまで無意な日々を過ごすだけだ。何の意味がある？
15's voice has turned into a roar. Her words crash into the silent desert like a thunderclap.
いや、最初から意味などなかったんだ。
Yeah, she's even like losing her face as she's saying it.
この終わりのないループに陥ったのは他でもない。アルバ、お前のせいだ。
That's not true. Even she knows that wouldn't be true.
違う。
Yeah, I was gonna say, come on, girl. Alva covers her ears and screams in agony. She wants to run or fight, but she can do neither. She can't move. Her body feels nailed to the ground, heavy as lead, utterly immobile. An isolated terror loves her, pinning her in her place. Hallucination? Why is she so certain this is hallucination? Who's the real one? Who does say it doesn't? Come on! At this moment, 15 suddenly begins to move. Her movements are slow and stiff, like Mary pulled invisible strings, or a rusted machine squeaks with every motion. As she leans in, her face begins to change. And twists and turns, her features blur like a sketch rubbed by an eraser. Her eyes hollowed out until they become a void that stalls everything. Her mouth stretches a grotesque grin, like a wild beast, the sharp fangs sending chills down his spine. This isn't 15. It's herself.
私の言っていること、本当は認めているんでしょう。なぜなら全部事実。
Is she having like a self-reflection?
あなたがずっと思ってきた。
The Alva before her reaches out and grasps her throat. Without her airway cut off, suffocating the panic floods Alva's mind. Her gradually goes darkens. Is this how it ends? The train roars blankly. The train lurches slows, and before Alva loses balance, releasing her grip. As same like a burly figure slams at Alva, sending her flying. Wait! The carriage. But clutches her throat, yanks her from the seat. She shoves Alva out of the train. Behind her, furious roars echo within the carriage. The doppelganger Alva is now covered in grotesque scars that roasts her face like a countless knife wounds, hideous beyond words. Her bloodshot eyes are bludgeoning eyes. The hatred looks at Alba as if she wants to devour her alive. But it turns to her facing Alba again. She glances back at Alba one last time, then strides into the carriage and swings her fist towards the grotesque doll. There we go! That Alba begins to rapture and split apart into waves of LEDs crashing to the ground, snarling in the surge towards her. Alba feels like breathing quickening, but she must stay calm. She must not be deceived by an illusion. She must not let her emotions take control. She has to find a flaw in the hallucination if she wants to escape. She takes a deep breath and grips the gun of her hand tightly, feeling the cold, solid of the weapon force her emotions back under control. The train doors close and the train begins to move again, carrying a boy and the grotesque Alba, while the LEDs spill out outside, rushing towards her. This is a battle she cannot afford to lose. If she loses, she'll be trapped in this illusion forever, never escaping, forever living in the pain of sight flame, with no chance of redemption. It's your fault. Oh wait, sorry. It's all your fault. I think it's pretty much that what was said. Oh. That's a lot of enemies. Oh yes, it's all my fault. That's why I can't die here. There are too many things I need to do first. Bring it. Back. All right, so I did take a little thing, and we're going to have a little bit of edit. So the old team is gonna take a back seat real quick. So you go bye-bye, and you jump in. Go ahead, because this should just be an insto. Let me see. Let me see if this is just an insto clear. Okay. Yep. Ah! That was easy. I didn't clear everybody, but I cleared most of them. It's gonna lag for a couple seconds, by the way, because it's gonna take a time loading everybody in. But once it gets in, we're good to go. Bang, bang. Yeah, it's gotta load all this stuff, so it's gonna take a minute to load. Yeah, I basically have 2 clears on my team, so it should be fine. Okay. Why is the wind blowing? Ow. Okay. I was gonna say, there you go. All done. Alright. Alba opens her eyes. She is sitting on the vast desert. Some is aware for the housing of these hordes foretell the minute in battle. And just when she's about to run out of ammo, Exilium will come to her rescue. She just has to accept the fact that she will never be able to pull out Gia onto the train. She was ushered onto the train by RPK-16, and then expelled from the same train as AK-15, only to start waiting for the Argillas to arrive again. How many times has she repeated this cycle? Alba has lost count. She recalls what 15 just said. Well, your other me, but yeah. She lowers her head. What she is experiencing here is exactly the same as what she has been doing the past 10 years, going in an endless circle in a place that defies description. Together with the hulking doll, they have wiped up Ross again and again whenever it appears in their sights. Yet at the same time, the intelligence they receive leads them to the desperate conclusion Protus is reviving in some form, and the revival is accelerating. With her assistance and the support of their former comrades, Amids, Alva and them have both grown significantly in strength. But even this, the day they can fulfill the former leader's wish seems to be drifting farther and farther away. This place is both a nightmare and a reenactment of reality. Alva opens her palm, which reveals a small cube. That cube appeared in her hand when she got off the train for the first time. Alva appears with a glowing cube, yet still shakes her head. Even if it was only an error, Alva's appearance only has given Alvin second thoughts. But she knows she can no longer hesitate. Something has to change, Alva thinks. At a brief pause, she touches the cube with her fingertips. Oh, don't do that! And in a few minutes, a blurry figure gradually takes shape and form. Got yourself in the blind? 12? Alva stares playing at the familiar yet somehow distant face. It has been 10 years since she last saw her in this form. So she's in a different form. Yeah. Well, casually looks around before letting her gaze head back to Alva. Okay, that's interesting. So there's like, I guess these are like the safeguards and stuff that are like just giving her help when she goes. Aww. Yeah. A gentle smile graced Twelve's face, her eyes remaining closed. Aww. True. Hmm.
何かを変えることができたのか。隊長としてアンジェの意志を告げられたのかもわからない。自分が信じられない？人形なんだからそんなこと考えても無駄よ。
Okay, I kind of like her a lot.
なのにそれでメンタルを蝕まれて。私はただアンジェの目的を果たせないのが怖くて。じゃあアンジェの目的は何だと思う？パラデウス。そして自分のために遺跡を利用しようとする人間の根絶。本当にそうだと思う？アンジェはあなたに本音を言わなかったんだ。
Wait, her true?
あるいはあなたの一方的な願望かもね。アンジェは失敗の決まった道で倒れた。なのにあなたたちは今もその後を追っている。彼女は叶うあてもないほど壮大すぎる理想を抱き。
Okay, so you might be another trial.
理想の中身すら知らない。暗闇の中で光を追ったつもりが、その光の下は断崖絶壁だった。あなたたちもそこから落ちるつもり。10年経っても何も変わらなかったのに。どうして私が今もここであなたの話を聞いてるか。どうして？あなたの言ったことはすべて私の本心だから。
Ah, okay, so she's self. The Alva.
そして同時に私が克服すべき弱点。
Okay.
アンジェがどうして諦めなかったのかずっと考えてた。私はアンジェの言葉を思い出したの。今の私じゃまだ答えは出せない。多分アンジェも同じ疑問を自分に投げ続けてきたんだと思う。そしてアンジェの答えは、その答えを一生かけて探す。そう、希望が見えなくても 変わる日まで進まなくちゃいけないの。
True, that's actually very true. I might. That's really good philosophy. That's a really good philosophy. Holy shit. If no hope is in sight, someone still has to keep moving over. One day everything will change. That is wow. I'm actually gonna screenshot that. That's okay. GFL. That's actually. That's a really good quote. Dang. I'm gonna screenshot that. That's a very good quote.
確かに私はアンジェの本当の理想がわからない。でも私たちが諦めさえしなければ、彼女の意志は生き続ける。
By the way, I don't think you all hear it, but I am chewing a little bit of gum, so if you see my mouth move, that is why.
抗い続けることが反逆の誓いだから。
The album before us smiles silently, finally at peace.
選択には代償が伴うし、アンジェはそれを払った。代償を払う準備ならできてる。
Oh, alright, so if you go out, betray the oath, her will lives on. Got it.
じゃあ、あなたの実力を試させてもらうよ。
Alba begins to split apart, raptured into hordes of LEDs that crash on the ground, snarling as they lunge towards her. But now Alba is no longer stricken with panic. She simply tightens the grip of her run and raises her hand, aiming it at Alba before her.
時間をかけすぎた。後でボイマシティに謝らないと。何があっても私は進み続けるしかない。そうですよね、アンジェ。
Ah!
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ。
I like that. She's like, hey, I like that. Okay, let's keep going. This is really good. Oh, another battle? Okay. Right, we just literally saw the battle. Okay, go. Now, hopefully this will be loaded a little better. Okay. Bye-bye. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, so now it should all load in. It just needs a few buffers before it works, so. Then everything loads in and it's fine. I don't know. It's just for some reason, the first one, it takes a minute for it to work properly. Okay, that was unnecessary. Okay. And then... Ow. Okay. Why are we... Thank you, I was gonna say, what is going on? Oh wait, I didn't do the ult. It's doing an ult right now, I think. Yeah, it hasn't loaded the ult for the first time. There we go. This is just a straight battle? Nope. Okay, we get a cutscene. The desert and yellow sand camp around us, these all fanned without a trace. All that remains for her is the vast expanse of pure white. Her neurocloud is no longer at the mercy of the station. She calmly waits the final conversation. Alba looks up the sky. There is no sun, no moon stars, only the pristine of the blankness, like an illuminated spotless ceiling. She looks around in confusion, sensing stillness of this world. When she first opens her eyes, the surrounding seems surrounded by a thin mist of vapor, and she begins to observe more closely. The haze slowly fades away. Even though everything remains flawlessly, Alpha has already recognized it. She is in that mansion. The carpet, the walls, the furniture, the wall, blend perfectly in the background. However, it looks carefully, the shape still discerned from the shadow. If she were equipped with Wi-Fi, she could have figured out it much easier, Alva thinks.
やっと来たわね、アルバ。アンジェ。
Give me that screenshot, please. my gosh, why does it keep glitching? Give me the screenshot. Thank you, Holy Benji. This is a really good scene. Thank you, Holy Benji. Now it's gonna freeze for a minute because it doesn't like me. Let's go. As if she knows Angela would appear all along, Alva turns towards the source of the voice. Angela is wearing a long, pure white dress, almost completely merged into the background. Only familiar faces, confident smile stand out clearly. You can see kind of like the grid too. She looks more mellow than Alva remembers, without a trace of the battlefield left upon her. Alva is slightly taken aback by Angela's unfamiliar appearance. She steps forward and reaches out to stroke her Alva's cheek. The sensation is warm and real. I wonder if this is like actually still in simulation or kind of like it's just in her memory. Seeing Angela dressed like that fills her with an unexplainable sense of familiarity and comfort. She doesn't know what to say. She can only keep drinking in the sight of Angela, as if trying to etch the image deep in her neural cloud. Angela scratches her head and self-mocking smile, unsure where to begin. Oh. Alva wants to speak, but it feels as though something is lodged in her throat. She gazes at Angela, a flood of confidence and described emotions surging within her. Angela takes Alva's hand and leads her slowly to the mansion. Alva steadies herself and tells Angela about dismantling products from one another. Is this her getting the information? Shoot, she might be giving information, but we'll see.
ケビンもネーレも助けてくれました。潜水艦基地で助けた子供のことを覚えていますか？私と同じ名前の。
Name as me?
はい、アンナです。成長して今やもう一人前に。一緒にいた子供たちも元気です。そう、よかった。
Suddenly, Angela stops one. She turns out and asks her the same crucial note one might ask when they eat for lunch.
あれば、この10年で諦めようと思ったことはないの？どうしてそんなことを？パラデウスは巨大すぎるわ。根絶するなんて無理かもしれない。すべてを投げ出すのも選択の一つよ。と言っても。あなたは聞かないでしょうね。
Exactly.
はい。私はまだ止まるわけには。
Before Alva can finish, Angela pulls her into embrace, speaking in a voice she soothing the exhausted young one to sleep.
あなたたちに何もかも押し付けて申し訳なく思ってるわ。この10年辛かったでしょう。
Alva doesn't reply. She holds her tightly.
それでも。あなたたちはここまで来た。見違えるように頼もしくなって。安心したわ。
Reluctantly, Alva lifts her head. After a long while, she whispers softly into almost inaudible.
もしあなたが生きていたら。私もあなたたちのそばにずっといたい。で、一番大変な時なのにごめんなさい。いえ、昔一緒にいてくれた。そう。でもいつまでも私を引きずらないで。メンタルをすり減らしてこんなシミュレーションをして。アンジェ、私は諦めたくないけれど、どうすればいいかわかりません。私も同じよ。今のあなたは私なんかよりしっかりしてる。あの時の私も。
Oh my gosh, that was such a bad joke.
冗談よ。アンジェ。でも一つだけ忠告させて。忠告？
私の影を追わずに自分が正しいと思ったことをして。
There we go.
私と同じことに執着するのが意志を継ぐことじゃない。自分だけの目標を探して。
I think this is what she was thinking all along, in a sense.
私の
昔と同じことをすればいい。この10年たくさんの人を救ってきたんでしょ。
するわけがないよ。
なら救い続けなさい。あなたの力で。答えが見つかるその日まで。大丈夫、きっと見つかるわ。私たちはそうやって進んできたじゃない。
This is really good.
あなたたちがいる限り悪人どもも好き勝手できないわ。思う存分反逆しなさい。
Oh my gosh, that pun! Bye! No, okay, I think it was like if I knew Angela, I would like her. That pun! So keep defying them, that little okay. Alba chuckles in relief, and Angela laughs along with her.
いつか必ず奴らを根絶やしにします。
ねえ、楽しみにしているわ。
Angela stretches, walks a few steps forward, then turns back to look at Alba.
そろそろね。私らしくないことをいっぱい喋ったけど、私は私じゃないしね。でも私が伝えたいこともきっと同じよ。
It's far more too gentle.
優しく伝えられないかもしれないけど。
Maybe a little more gruffly. The me is too gentle. Okay, I like that.
帰り道わかるわよね。
はい。
Alba takes out her cube. Before activating, she appears to say goodbye to Angela.
アンジェ、話せてよかったです。
あなたの防壁を突破するための演算力を逆に利用してこんなことしてると分かったら怒るわよね、あなたの敵。
Oh, that's so clever! So basically, okay, I kind of get what she means. Basically, from all the attacks, what she's doing, she was trying to form her own safe haven to get out. Alba laughs and shakes her head.
彼女のおかげです。
そうね。あの子たちにもよろしく伝えといて。
Aww.
はい。
Alba opens her palm, then the cube glows brightly. She closes her hand. When she opens it again, the cube is transformed into the familiar M443.
元気でね、アルバ。
さようなら、アンジェ。
Alba raises the insights of Alan in the sights. Angie smiles and waves at her. The Angie falls. Her body dissolves in countless specks of light. The space finally falls into the hood, collapse in a vast, revealing endless darkness beyond. Before everything returns to nothingness, Alba sees a glimpse of blurry figure standing in the distance. Aww! Once and turns away, fading along with the collapse of the world.
ありがとう。私は進み続けます。
That was so sweet!
本当はもう少し完璧に終わらせられ
That was really sweet! What the... We still got 2 more after this, then we gotta do part 2, but let's go. Oh, sorry, I almost skipped. Let's go. Even our ambitions do not align, then how long... Okay, dot. The familiar hum echoes through the ears. The sound of the machines endlessly through an industrial system. Inside hibernation. Oh my gosh, she got back up! Flying slightly, tightly on leaving her unable to move. Alice slowly opens her eyes. The vision shifts the blur to clarify. This scene before her is no different from before. She is in the same narrow, spatially designed capital, the same busy researcher miling from the outside. And the thought of observation with her legs crossed as she pushes the high stool is her. She springs excitedly and scampers out of the vision, pressing her entire face against the glass. Her inner grin looks eerie and slightly comical. She shots glass with a finger as if knocking on a fish tank. Pulls back step, cupping her face with one hand out, eyes wide. She spins as she talks, making little gestures. Gestures with intent that convey how mind-blowing she finds the situation. They erupt with food. She bends down and presses her face against the window again. She bares her teeth with a wide grin, then suddenly slumps in disappointment, letting out an exaggerated sigh as her shoulder drop. Uh-huh. She traces her shapes in the air as if assembling an imaginary jigsaw. She shrugs and abruptly puts an expression of sympathy, blinking her big eyes and pounding her lips in an exaggerated manner. She strikes a few over-top poses in apology, right hand over her chest, left hand circles in the air. Oh, okay. She presses the finger on her lips in a contrary slushing gesture. Uh-huh. But yet you weren't worried, and you're clothed, which is interesting. And then you would revive again. She makes a throat-slitting gesture, sticks her tongue, then breaks into a giggles. Alva merely watches her maniac display in silence, her eyes utterly flat. She suddenly stops and lightly smacks her own cheeks. As if she's talking about her face cheeks, by the way, herself. You're the star here, isn't that right, Alva? Okay. She smiles slightly, licks her lips with a tone, suddenly becomes low and enticing. She leans against observation, fingertips gliding lightly across the glass. Yeah, no, she's not gonna tell you, crud. She tilts her head, her voice almost coitish, yet a dangerous glint shines in her eyes. Alva doesn't answer right away, even though she senses that she has regained the ability to speak, rather because of her condition has improved. Oh, my bad. My bad. Ah! Proved, or because she has disabled some restrictions. She doesn't know. Regardless, she simply stares at her, her gaze utterly calm and still, like a stagnant water, without the slightest ripple. She pouts and stomps her foot like young would denied of candy. Then her expression rapidly shifts. She leans in close to the glass and a cruel smile across her face. Really? Our eyelids twitch. Yeah, true. Okay. Okay. She wags her finger and presents away. Yeah. That's actually really good. That's good. Colleagues are like pizza and cola. Totally different, but then sometimes show up together. I like that. That's actually really good. Collaborators. She wags a finger like a strict teacher, even though the analogy might have as well come from a young one.
てなわけだから仲間じゃないね。私はイグラの腕っぷしを。イグラは私の頭脳が欲しいだけ。
Okay.
私には十分仲間に聞こえるが。
I said partners.
志も違うのに
All you think this pressure can last. Give me 1 second. Just realized something didn't close on my side here. There. Her smile suddenly vanishes. Her tone turns grave.
反逆正体は利害の一致で集まったわけ
Alva lifts her head slightly. Since there was an encounter at the base, this is the first time she truly meets her eyes.
じゃあお前の志は何だ
She snaps her fingers lightly and grin appears. With a gesture, the martial doll researchers burst in the lab, all freeze, turn and stare at Alva with hollow eyes. They stand in perfect unison, like soldiers, awaiting orders, silently watching her, an oppressive presence. She slowly walks back to the observation window, her eyes dripping with temptation.
私は喋るの好きだしいろいろ知ってるけどあんたたち反逆正体のことはまだよく分かってないんだよねあんたたちがパラデウスに対して変質的とも言える恨みを抱いているのは分かるでもその理由が分からないし知りたい
Her tone grows somber. A fanatic light blazes in her eyes.
パラデウスのやろうとしていることは現人類が到底たどり着けない領域なんだよ
She throws her arms wide as if embracing the entire world.
生命の神秘進化の奇跡まるで魔法のようだけど科学そのものなんだ
Her eyes gleam as she stares into the empty space.
その過程にわずかな犠牲があっても
None of it is. Never mind.
結果オーライならどうでもよくないケーキを作るのだって卵を割らないといけないし
Uh-huh. She mimics the cracking of eggs, then lifts her hands as if presenting an invisible cake.
人類を次のステップに導いて新たな世界を作るんだよ
No, you won't. She pauses, her tone softens like a speaking to the lost young one, though their fervor in their eyes remains.
そしてアルバちゃんあんたはその世界の一員になれるこれだけ計り知れない潜在能力とメンタルを持ちながら古びた体と無意味な恨みにとらわれちゃって惜しいよ本当に惜しい
She theatrically wipes away the non-existent tears, lamenting Alva's incomprehensible choice.
チャンスをあげる過去から抜け出して未来へ進むチャン
She's
ス
not gonna agree, girl. I don't know where you're getting this.
私と手を組んでくれたらあんたが絶対に叶えたい願いを叶えてあげよう
願い
それはねダダーンあんたたちのかつての指揮官アンジェリアを
She drags out each syllable as her voice translates. At the sound of Angela's name, Alva's people contract sharply.
私が生き返るとこ見たでしょしかも2度もだよ
How? But she's a. Hold on. You're different, though. I would assume you would need. Okay, I know she's probably lying, but I'm trying to think like if she were to identically do it, she would need something from. I would assume, and this is me just spitballing here. I would assume Angela's probably a doll. I don't know this much. So the only, even if she were revived, it wouldn't be Angela. It would be kind of just like a clone of her, if that. She grins as she mimes and claws her way out of the grave.
10年経っちゃったけどアンジェリアの人格データはパラデウスのデータベースにあるから大丈夫
Oh. Wait, what?
他のメンバーはどうでもいい。あんたさえうなずいてくれれば、アンジェリアはすぐにでも帰ってくるよ。私の知る限りだと、彼女の死がパラデウスへの恨みの根源だからね。どう？これ以上ないウィンウィン。どう？これ以上ないウィンウィンだと思わない
？Like watching her reaction, convinced she struck her weakness.
本当にできるのか。
Carl? Her eyes light up as a smile spread across her face.
もちろん。このチルロビグに二言はないよ。
She places one hand on her heart and raises her hand high still on both.
そんな保証はどこにある？王43を手に入れるための嘘とも考えられる。お前とイグラの会話は聞いていた。楽園計画の完遂が。
True.
それより私を引き入れる方を優先するのか。
Alva's voice trembles slightly, though she tries to keep it steady. She presses fears at her and makes a hope and doubt, waiting for an answer, seeking confirmation that the woman before her is telling the truth. Travis slaps her thigh and bursts out excited laughter.
私を誰だと思ってんのさ。マルチタスクくらい余裕。あんたを味方につけることも、楽園計画を進めることも同時にできるんだから。
楽園計画の実態は何だ？
Yeah.
そんなに知りたい？
She arches her eyebrow, leaning forward and as if sharing a grand secret. In her eyes, Alva can clearly have been shaken by the offer and starting to waver.
しょうがないな。じゃあ、ちょっとだけ。
She steps close to the conversation, lowering her voice.
楽園計画は人類に変革をもたらす計画。蝶を誘うある花を使って前人未到の新世界へ。
You're gonna turn this into ground zero.
戦争も病も痛みもなく。
You're gonna make
幸福と永劫だけがある世界へ訪れる。
She spreads her arms and closes her eyes, as if already seeing it.
誰もが肉体から解き放たれ、永遠の命を得られて、誰もが夢を叶えられる無限の可能性を秘めた世界へ。それを叶える鍵として花が必要なんだよね。
And that flower being... Her eyes snap with a blaze of fanatic light. She has revealed a new term, key.
分かってくれた？そろそろ答えを聞かせてほしいな。
She nods faintly, though thrusting the key towards Alva. She doesn't notice that while she was busy making her precious beads, Alva's gaze has already gone cold. The faint hesitation vanished completely, leaving only a scorn and fury.
それはまた随分と偉大だな。だから王43を利用して遺跡の扉を開くつもりか。モルスカヤズビズダーを小型化したものを作ったのか。
Oh.
道理で大量のコーラプス粒子が必要なわけだ。遺跡の作り出すあの空間、何に使うつもりだ？
Alva's rapid fire question catch her completely off guard.
あんた、は、どうしてそれを知ってるわけ？
She smiles, freezes, shock and anger flashing across her face. She rushes her turn, only to discover the central firewall has already been failed. Gotcha! That's when she draws her. Alva betrayed the server. She may have read all the classified data.
バカにしてるの？
Her voice totally sharp, her sweet twisted and some grotesque.
どうやらお前は自分が思うほど
Good job, Alva!
私が何のためにここに来たと思ってる。
This time it is Alva whose voice is driven with mockery.
だがお前は一つだけ正しいことを言った。お前なんか
That smile! Your expression shifts rapidly. Anger, hurt, rush, but finally sending a word smile.
せっかくチャンスをあげようと思ったのに、あんたはそれをミスミスと。
She slams her head against the observation window, defying bang.
残念だけど、今まで通りに扱わせてもらうね。メンタル攻撃から生き延びられても。
Reality?
的なダメージはどうだろうね。
What are you planning?
いつまでその生意気な態度でいられるかな。
As 6 smiles press her face as she faces out the glass. Alba no longer hides her fury. She glances at her with open contempt and disgust.
ずっとだ。いつかお前たち、パラデウスとジラードが罪の代価を払うまで。特にお前はこの戦いを引きちぎる。
Okay!
アンジを侮辱したことを後悔させてやる。
Yeah, I was gonna say. Cher gulps as she heard the funniest joke.
いやー、楽しみだよ。アルバちゃん。
Suddenly, red lights flash out. Alarms flood the room. Ha ha! The smile freezes as her face stares at Alba in disbelief.
何をした？
Alba answers with a hint of narration.
さあ。
Shadow stands stunned for 3 seconds, then snaps out of it. She rushes back to the terminal, trying to initiate self-destruction, but the system rejects her again and again. You're no longer the master.
同じ手は二度も通用しない。自決剤を持ってないのなら早く逃げるんだ。
She's got control. Let's go.
用事を済ませたらまた遊び相手になってあげる。
She blows at a kiss, then turns his ash to show each other out without looking back.
出番だよ。追いますティナ。
Alba closes her eyes. There's no package on his, just calmness, and it seems out of place for the prisoner in enemy captivity. Her fingers twitch slightly, as if playing a slight melody. Meanwhile, deep beneath the group facilities, she makes her final preparations to the labyrinth sewer system. She leaning against a damp wall. Before her floats a hollow projection of the Draws Group's underground complex. This is the one thing she prepared before entering the live. Originally, she intended a retreat plan. Now, one thought it would be used for as assault. Boy is laden with carefully prepared tactical gear, breaching tools, electric jammers, spare magazines, and several EMP devices. Each of has been checked with a calibrated flawless performance. She finished her third equipment check, shuts down the map, and stands upright. In the corner of the sewer, Helena keeps a clear distance from Boy. She curls on the protruding pipe in the shadows, watching Boy every move vigilance. 3 metal spears are over her, ready to form a defensive array.
突入1分前。
She voices low and steady, though unclear who she is addressing. She inspects her rifle, making sure that every mechanical component is optimal, then seats the magazine in one of the smooth, silent motion. Now watches her proficient handling of the weapon and instantly shrinks back. The 3 metal spheres move at once, forming a maintainable protective barrier before her. Notices the movement, but shows no emotional response. She simply continues her preparations, scans surroundings with Wolfire, running self-diagnostics.
ルート確認完了。
Helena leans forward slightly curious at the voice muttering, but quickly withdraws when she looks at her.
あいつ上にいる？
Is she up there? She nods briefly. She takes the device to attack bot. After a moment of hesitation, are they gonna go rescue her? Helena moving closer.
ジャミング装置だ。いざという時に押せ。
Helena stares at the device, but doesn't reach for it. Once her metal fuse glides over it, lightly as if it's checking her danger, then carefully carries it back to her. Joe watches calmly, offering no comment. Once has it, she turns back to her own gear.
私とアルバ、そして彼女にはお互いにしかわからない発信機。
That's what she was doing.
型は古く、受信範囲は2キロしかないが。
And the key component of her Alba Breeze formation is now lifeline to the rescue mission. Hannah listens her awareness ease slightly as she still keeps her distance.
あいつどうして逃げなかった
The question catches her off guard. She pauses. She's doing looks at Helena. Something subtle shifts in her eyes.
任務のためお前のためだ
Yeah, for you. The short, direct answer seems to weigh on Helena. She rolls her head and murmurs softly.
あいつ私知らない
Helena falls silent as if pondering what she just told her.
あいつ助ける
Yeah. The question once again gives her a pause. She meets Helena's gaze.
本当
She nods.
だがお前は一緒に来るな
Helena's eyes widen.
やだ
Ah!
ダメだ
Lena shakes her head.
お前を守る余裕はない
私強い
She is very strong. Helena points at herself. Lena draws her broken combat knife and uses the sharper blade to cover her grotesque face into the ground.
あいつは強い私よりも
Helena looks down at the crude drawing. Even generally speaking, it's terrible, but she recognizes it goes the same. Helena droops dejected.
ここで待っていろアルバを助けたら迎えに来る
Hopefully she'll be fine. Helena seems to remember something. The three metal spheres beside her begin to rotate, emitting a faint hum. On the sphere, it breaks formation and it floats up in front of her. Helena reaches out with her small hand, gently cups the sphere and offers it to her.
これあげる守ってくれる
Helena's tone is serious, resolute, like entrusting something precious. What? Lily looks at the sphere. She may not fully understand the specific circumstances, but she knows the sphere is Helena's weapon as well as her defense system. She wants to refuse. Helena needs it more. But seeing the expectant look on her face, she finally relents and accepts it.
ありがとう
The sphere feels cold in her hand, but the texture doesn't feel like metallic to her. Once it comes out, it seems to gain awareness and floats up and hovers at her side. Helena nods with satisfaction. She steps back slightly, her eyes never leaving her. When it raises her full height, looks towards the sewer exit once more. Her gaze sharpens, resolute, like a beast about to strike. She takes a deep breath, rolls her shoulders, and joins crackles softly. She's ready. No one will stop her. She launches upward like a battering ram, smashing through the instant. The entrance torn apart as she brights come pouring down. The lights fill Helena one stay behind her own. She lifts her head slightly. It's time to save the Alva. Just like what we've always done. Let's go. It's saving time. We're gonna save her. Save her, baby. Oh wait, that's Alva. I'm in. Sending over the security system plans now. Coordinates shared. Copy that. Wait for me. Let's go! Combat started! Bye bye. Oh, I love this. Okay. And we win. Rapid, heavy footsteps enter through the corridor. If not Alva's signals guiding her, she would never discover the secret process laboratory hidden under the glossy immaculate building. She can't find nor does she look for the switch of the hidden door. After confirming the location, she simply smashes through the wall with brute force, revealing a passage beyond. As the sphere falls close behind, it emits a beam of blue light that scans the passage for traps and surveillance devices. This spacely fires several jamming pulses that cripple the electronics along the way. Bang! After destroying the 9th century corridor, she drives a powerful kick into a heavy metal door, and producing a defensive crash. Under the transforce, the metal door is inward, twisting free from its frame. The hinges almost like a cry in pain on rails train. Debris fly, dust falls in air. Here we go! Figure appears in the laboratory entrance like an unscalable mountain. He takes in the busy researchers, complex systems machinery, but in the end, Gate settles on the specific, actually designed hibernation channel. Even without conversation, she knows Alva's in there. Boy Mestina. Okay, it's Boy Mestina. I'll remember that. Likewise, despite being trapped in the capsule, Alva is aware of Voice-Tima's arrival. Her voice coming from the capsule sounds weak, utterly different from when she confronted her earlier. Weak, but not basically clear. More importantly, there's an air of availability in her tone, as if something has unfolded exactly as she calculated. The moment Voice-Tima steps in the lab, the ones busy already turns to unison, their eyes glowing terrifying red. Blades and firearms extend from once the research bush, in a very much like a lunge towards Voimista. At the instant, Helena's metal sphere deploys a full weapon system, steered into a spherical turret, precise energy being fired at multiple angles, striking key components mirroring dolls and opening path to Voimistia. The dolls are even stronger than the guards outside. A blade hacks into Voimistia's frame, carving a deep wound. But Voicema pays it no mind. She grabs one of them and yanks hard, tearing off the polymer vibration blade attached to it. Without a single pause, she swings the severed limb like a weapon. The limb slams into another doll's head with tremendous force. Its skull explodes instantly, electronic components oil spraying everywhere. The moments are clean, decisive, packed with raw power. In the next moment, she has closed in on the remaining dolls. Ah! Weapons extend and their arms fire continuously. Bullets rain down on Voimista, Dina, sending sparks flying violently across her frame. Yet she seems unfazed, her steps never slowing. Soon only a figure remains standing in the laboratory. She stands amid the wreckage of her body splattered with synthetic blood and machine oil. Yes, fine. Strong as she may be, Mistina is still covered in wounds. The metal sphere hovers on her side, scanning the remains of the floor, checking for the units having disabled. Ignoring the sphere, she strides straight to the Alva's hood. She lifts her right arm and drives it straight into the metal hatch like a blade. The hook she trim rips hard, tearing the capsule's door right off. Alva sits quietly inside. Her voice is still up, her eyes are raised sharp and full alert. Voimista lowers her gaze, the cable is restrained, binding Alva's frame. Having fought her way through sheer violence, she now becomes careful and precise, slowly removing her each restraint. The torrent cable still sparking, silently testify the torment Alva endured while imprisoned. Wires snap and crackling pop, snapping sparks flying. Restraints tear loosely and falling to the floor. Soon Alva's completely free. The moment she regains her freedom, she stands on her own without waiting for her help. No greeting, no visible relief. She just gently pushes Ista aside and walks straight towards the terminal and central lab. Her objective is clear, as every step as long as planned. At the moment, Alva Lestria skewed captain more like an operative who has finally reached her target. Able up from her back and directly into the terminal. The mood of nothing like someone who just survived a lethal neural attack. Far more like a hunter, finally lunging at her tail. Alva frowns slightly with some concern. Voidmaster keeps an eye on Alva, running rapid diagnosis of her eyes. When she confirms there's no severe damage, the tension of her body is almost imperceptibly. He turns and scans the room and locates the equipment stripped from Alva's. Alva says nothing. Her eyes are already flashing once more in a cascading green data streams. Having retrieved Alva's gear, she moves her aside and re-equips Alva focus on copying data. At the same time, she points to the hovering metal sphere Helena gave her, indicating that it can serve as a communicator.
お前のメンタルは著しく損傷している。ハッキングはリスクが高い。
でも時間がない。今やらないと全てが無駄になる。楽園計画の実態についても少し掴むことができた。でもまだまだ情報が足りない。それとアンジェの人格データがパラデウスのデータベースに残されていた。
Oh yeah, she did.
誰にもアンジェの眠りを邪魔させない。
Alba doesn't turn her head. Even when Mista finishes help her gear up, she remains fully focused on the terminal.
イグレが戻ってくる前にできるだけデータをダウンロードしないと。やっぱり私たちはパラデウスについてあまりにも知らなすぎる。
侵入してからここにたどり着くまで2分42秒費やした。今撤退しないと苦戦する。
分かってる。
Alba doesn't waver. On the monitor before her, the data scroll mirrors her flashing eyes.
ここのデータを持ち出すことができれば素体が破壊されてもお釣りが来る。
分かった。
Boymaster nods, no longer objecting. She heads towards the lab entrance she has read, crouched down, and begins setting traps. Alarms continue to fall out lab's corridors. Amid the flashing red light sirens, Mista and Alba are working in silence, swiftly assuming their respective roles. Even after completing every preparation he can, Master says nothing more. She simply positions herself behind Alba and stands guard. She will protect Alba when the final decision. In turn, everything pointing towards the path forward, just as it always been. Let's see what happens. Time to continue. This is getting heated. Inside the laboratory, aside from the still alarm loop relentlessly, the only sound are the low hum of the operating machinery and the soft tapping of his fingers striking the keyboard. On the screen, a progress bar crawls forward at agonizing pace, as if racing against the time itself. Every second seems unbearably long.
次からは
Oh, she's gonna say next time, don't do that. Please tell me she's gonna say that.
こんな無茶な作戦
Yeah,
は
there it is!
保証はできないけど努力するよ。この方法が通用するのも多分今回だけ。次捕まったらメンタルを直接破壊されるだろうね。
次があればな。
あなたがいるから。
ヘレナが待ってる。
終わったらすぐに迎えに行こう。
Alba gaze focused on the attendant. Even as she speaks to the boy, her eyes are locked in the progress bar. Her fingers dance rapidly across the keyboard as if playing an impassioned piece of music. Suddenly, at a critical moment, thunderous explosion erupts outside the door, so loud it drowns out the blaring alarm. Well, sure, as if struck by an earthquake. Alba's hands pause for less than half a second before calmly resuming their work. Unlike last time, Alba did not give a chance to self-destruct. She could not destroy the data in the computer or wipe the hard drive. This is far too intelligent that they need, including the true detail files of Project Eden. Boymaster raises her head. She gazes through the laboratory door, through a long corridor into the existence. That's calmly, as if standing utterly trivial. She racks her bowl on a highly vibrating blade stripped from the dull. 1v1? Alba does not turn around, but she feels the faint movement of air behind her. Soundlessly, boy, bigger vanishes from the laboratory. In the corridor, dust slowly disperses, revealing the graceful silhouette. Igla calmly strides through the wreckers, by the explosion. Oh, her suit remains swiftly pressed, high in the rubble. Behind her follows a fully armed elite union. Igla comes to the halt, lightly of her gaze head is on Voimastina, who is standing like an unbreakable bulwark, blocking the way to the lab. Hello there! I didn't check something. Igla's voice is velvet, yet carries an unabated force. Her head slightly as if greeting an old friend.
こんなところでお会いするとは意外ですね。 ボイマスティナさん。
Sorry to disappoint, but it looks like you are not gonna have. Hang on, sorry. But only after a few steps, one steps more. None of the guards behind her are human soldiers. So they're not. Interesting. All the marionette dolls directly under Igla's command are each person's life from modified by her, capable of making short work of ordinary tactical squads. Huh! So basically what you're saying is you gave boys some toys. That sounded wrong. That sounded really wrong. Okay, you all know what I meant by that, but whatever. And before her, on the road leading to the laboratory, that familiar figure blocks her path once again. This alone is the reason enough for her to stop. Boy Master doesn't respond. She gently sets her assault rifle with her hands down against the wall, then retrieves two long blades from her wrist, gripping one in each hand. After their previous clash, both she and Igla know full well the conventional firearms are meaningless against tactical dolls of their caliber. Igla watches her movements, her lips curling with a smile. She lifts her hand slightly, then an unit behind her hilt. Igla steps forward, her movements fluid ancient, like a ballerina taking her stage. Her hand brushes a slender sword at her waist. Her left draws this slight gold pistol, only to return to its holster a moment later. She holsters her pistol and calmly draws the sword from her waist. Under its light, the blade gleams of cold luster. You are? Her voice remains gentle, yet carries a particular note of adoration. Yep, and you fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. You almost had her, though. You almost had her, but she was able to get out of it, and she got some self-reflection. So thank you for that. Mm-hmm. It likely flicks her sword, tracing the grateful arc through the air. Boy remains silent. She lowers her center of gravity slightly and shifts into optimal combat stance. Her wolf's eyes running at high speed, analyzing every movement and possible lines of attack. Igla's tone is earnest and dangerous, and the glint flashes in her eyes. Uh-huh. She raises her sword and points it towards her boy menacingly. Igla studies Vioi's reaction closely. The boy remains utterly stoic and unresponsive. She steps forward, the sound of her heels striking the floor crisp and clear. You talk too much! Finally speaks her content, brief and blunt. It lets out a sharp chuckle. The warmth of her eyes vanished, replaced with icy focus. Let's go! She bends her knee, assuming the on guard position of fencing. Uh-huh. Are we fighting the boss, or are we just fighting the combat effectiveness? Okay. Okay. Oh, there she is. Hello. I love how before she enters the fray, we already doing a surprise attack on her. Aye. Let's dance. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, this music's a bomb. Hang on, let me turn this down slightly so you can hear me. Ah, this is a pop. All right, go, girls, go. Whoa, it goes down. Nope. Yeah, that was quick. Okay. And we got that out of the way. Bang. All right, cutscene time. The clash of the metal and metal echoes through the empty corridor like piece of meticulously composed music. Every thrust echoes blade gracefully dazzling, as though she is dancing rather for life. Her sword traces perfectly arcs through the air. Her movements are filled with force. Each strike is measured with a millimeter, leaving no opportunity at all. Boy answers with steady, precise blocks. The twin blades in her hands become an extension of her body. Every motion stripped of excess, just like her personality. The battle between the two top-tier tackle dolls have long suppressed the bounds of ordinary combat, resembling an intense performance instead. Her voice remains mild and verbally, yet every word carries a razor-sharp killing intent. She speaks as though she threads her attacks through nearly impossible angles. The sword is seemingly almost alive as it hunts for the tiniest gap in voice defenses. Uh-huh. Her high heels strike the floor in elegant rhythm, each step in the dance, each step carrying lethal threat. Boy does not respond. All of her attention is focused on the fight. Her body is already covered in wounds. Her combat suit is slashed open in several places, exposing synthetic components beneath the steep biometric blood. Even so, her movements remain pierced and effective without the slightest hesitation or retreat. She's not much of a talker. Well, maybe we actually talked instead of attacking her. No sooner does it finish speaking than she abruptly accelerates her assault. The sword leaves after images in the air. Every strike ferociously points to the hardest of Void's defenses. At the same time, a few remaining marionette dolls behind her join the fray, attempting to break through Void's defense from the flanks. With one of the fortified flashes, the next instant, she twists her body at an almost impossible angle, now evading her deadliest assault thrust. Simultaneously, her long blade swipes aside, the clearly charged marionette dolls clear in half. Eagle inclines her head slightly and generates genuine animation. As if to validate words, the long blade of my head emits an ominous sound of metal fatigue during the next block. With a sharp cut, the blade snaps in two. The broken edge spines itself into the wall. Boy glances expressionally at the broken weapon in her hand, then casually discards it and grips the remaining blade with both hands. Her stance grows slightly constrained, but her gaze remains as firm as ever, without silence and retreat.
総合はそのまま形勢を表します
Igla twirls her blade forward in a cold beneath the lights. Her posture is unhurled, as though she holds a complete control over the battlefield.
あなたには責務はあると思います引き際は肝心ですよ 残りはお前だけだ
You're the only one left. Answers calmly. Her gaze sweeps down the corridor. The adults under Igla's command have been almost the entire night, leaving only a few barely able to move.
戦績の自慢です
Igla smiles faintly, her eyes sharpening forward.
ですがダミーを倒しただけで有頂天になってもらっては困ります
You say that, but
あなたを倒しアルバさんの元へ向かいますそしてあなたにはデータベースの一部になっていただきましょう
Boy eyes Igla.
確かにお前は強い私のように
Igla raises an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise concerning her, crossing her face.
これはまた独特な自己評価軸ですねショーが私を作った時私より強い人形はいなかった
Uh-huh.
お前の性格は最悪だわ私も同じだ
Ha! We both have terrible. That rip. Okay. Why my words are calm and definitive, yet boastful, but while merely stating facts.
面白い私たちが似ているとでも
A trace of awareness flashes in her eyes as she slowly adjusts her stance, preparing for the next exchange.
いや忠告だ
Wait. She lifts her hand at her head and rolls her neck.
最強の人形という肩書きを外した自分に何が残るのか
Uh-huh. Before she gets to end a sentence, voice suddenly drops low to evade stress at an unbelievable angle. The cold glitter skims over just above her head, severing a few strands of her hair.
考えるんだな
Yeah!
ご忠告感謝しますですが的外れと言わざるを得ません
Yeah, it's sure by the calm, but her icy edge keeps her tone. Her movements suddenly X-ray. Her charge goes through the current of silver light that's so from every direction.
私の存在意義は強さではなくお嬢様への忠誠ですあなたには理解できないと思います
She strains the block and relentless barrage, flying shreds red of her remaining blade. Her movements begin to slow slightly, yet her eyes remain keen as ever. At the last moment, a burst of gunfire across the corridor. The bullets along nearly trashing complete environment aim straight at Igla's vitals. Air falls in the air, knocking the bullets except for one. A single round pierces her shoulder, punching a hole through her pristine suit. Movement falters an instant. Disbelief flashes and prods for hardening into an icy fury.
不快なまでに的確な射撃ですボイマスチナ避けて
Yeah, there you are! Alba's voice rings out from the end of the corridor, clear and resolute. She stands in perfect position and posture steady and muscles trained at her directly to Igla. Without hesitation, Void turns to sprint down the corridor at extraordinary speed.
させません
Igla is about to give chase when she knows Alba's muzzle dips slightly. Finally, several small devices on the ground blinking with red light.
今だ
Let's go! A chain explodes erupt, instantly turning the corridor an inferno. Smoke, debris, and shatter surge from all sides, engulfing Igla in the ruins.
無粋な
From within the dust of Igla's cold restraining device, threaders crash, piled of rubble, hurled aside by immense force. Her figure slowly emerges. Her suit is covered in dust. Her fall is slightly disheveled, yet her perception remains immaculate. Her murderous gaze sharper than ever. However, when the smoke line clears, Alba and her are already gone, fanned from another behind a corner.
見事なコンビネーションです
Igla calmly dusts off her suit and shrinks her cups. Her movements unhinged, and through the explosion moments ago was nothing more than a trivial mishap. She touched her gear at her ear, and her voice cold and composed.
総員 限界態勢。目標逃走中。絶対に逃がしてはなりません。
You think you could stop them?
施設全体を封鎖してください。
She smooths the wrinkles of her suit, then she gazes, sharpening like a blade.
お嬢様の夕食まで型をつけます。
Yeah, think you will? I don't think so.
次の目標を教えてください。
That was so cool! Alright, now we got the final phase. Then we'll be entering part 2. So, let's go. Miracles have a work of the mortal hands. The homunculus. In the luxury suite, Zimmerman stands before a full white window, looking down at the nightscape of Liv. His fingers drum on the window frame slightly, as his eyes flash in apparent anxiety. After a moment's hesitation, he walks over to the sofa and sits down, then produces a small communicator from his inner pocket. He enters a long, complex password and dials a number. The call connects almost instantly. Yeah! She, teasing her voice, comes to the communicator, light beyond bayonet, as if she is letting him on some inside joke. Mm-hmm. Sure, you're trying to help, sure. Her drawl is playful, yet carries a potential undercurrent. Help? Huh. The line suddenly goes quiet. Only her faint breathing can be heard. Oh, wait. So I knew I didn't trust you. Zimmerman suddenly loses words. From the other end, it comes an intentionally exaggerated peal of laughter. Her voice turns sharp, like a blade scraping across the glass. She's got a point. She's got a point. Zimmerman is left speechless by the barrage of insult. After venting her anger, she smoothly slips back into her usual teasing tone. Her voice suddenly drops in a soft whisper, which out some more menacing than any shout. Uh-huh. Oh! B. The call cuts abruptly, leaving only a burst of harsh static. Zimmerman stares at the communicator, his expression unreadable. He takes a deep breath, sits back in his inner pocket, and sinks into thought. With ample personal and common resources, attacking a research institute located at the zone should have been effortless. So why did the mission still fail? Could someone have been obstructing action all along? A firm knock interrupts Zimmerman's thoughts. Without a word response, the door opens and a tall man in military strides inside. Zimmerman is about to erupt, but recognizes the man. He swallows his anger, only follows professional smile from his campaign posture. Who is it?
アポなしで失礼します。ズイマン
About an appointment. The soldier's tone is lethal and detached, devoid of any real apology or more than a statement of fact.
副部長とイベントに出席されたはずじゃ。
その副部長の命令で参りました。議員、もう時間は残りわずかです。
Oh!
ジェラードグループは風前の灯火ですが、賭けに出る資本が残されています。明日の実験が順調に進めば、楽園計画によって
Okay.
影響力を取り戻すことでしょう。あなたは大変聡明な方です。ロレン政府及び軍内部にも多くの支持者がいます。しかし、今回の件でファルベングループが誠意を示すことができなければ、この関係
Wait. Alright, within the RSC and across the time, there's very many supporters.
も見直す必要があるかもしれません。そのつもりで。
わかりました。
Zimmerman finally mutters a reply. The confidence of his voice replaced by distress.
明日までにあの第三世代人形をお届けいたします。
Oh! The officer nods and turns to leave the room without another word. Once the door closed, Zimmerman vanished instantly, his face twisting in a grotesque expression. He snatched up the nearby wine glass and hurls it violently at the wall. Ends the call and the small figure behind her. Dang it! Helena trembles uncontrollably as she stares wide-eyed at the woman before her. She tries to make a floating sphere protect her, but they aren't responding at all. Darn it! Dang it, I knew this was gonna happen. Noah produces a button and presses lightly. The spheres immediately drop the life sleep to the ground. Helena's voice is barely a whisper, but she knows big words. Someone will come save me. Trevor bursts into laughter. Come on! Come on, girls, get in there! Save her! Faced with this absurd, bizarre woman, Helena's body continues to shake cruelly, but her fear doesn't last long. Because her conscience soon succumbs to darkness. Darn it! I knew that was gonna happen! Well, we'll find out what part 2 is in a bit. So, with that in mind, I'm gonna freestyle them. Okay. So we're gonna be jumping right in part 2. This was a 2-part stream, by the way. So I will be doing part 2 immediately after this. But if you wanted to see it live, go ahead and join me on stream. Panda_Nia at twitch.com. Everything's coming together, and it looks like things are about to get heavy. Yeah. So if you want to know when I go live, by the way, follow me on Twitter and stuff like that. I'll see you all next time. Peace. See you in part 2. Pon.